Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access, from Pogson to JNF, with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into LIFT, and we're putting real money in people's hand through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if right there you know we go fall. United we can conquer it all.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Good morning, everyone. The prayer this morning will be by Pastor Evelyn of the Olivet Gospel Hall, representing the St. Kitts Evangelical Association. Pastor.
Let us all bow in reverence to the Lord of life this morning. Praise the Lord. Oh, praise the Lord, all the nations. Praise him, all the people, for his merciful kindness is great towards us, and the truth of the Lord endureth forever. Praise ye the Lord. Heavenly Father and our God, I come to thee in the Holy Spirit through the Lord Jesus Christ, thy only beloved Son, in whom thou art well pleased, sitting at thy right hand, making intercession for all of the household of God. Heavenly Father, we thank thee for awakening us this morning, this 30th day of April, the first month in the second quarter of the year of our Lord 2025. In the newness of life, in our right minds, conscious of our being and our surroundings, we thank thee for the safekeeping of our household and all in our respective neighborhood. O Lord God in thy precious name, I come to thee with thanksgiving for thy loving kindness, thy faithfulness, thy steadfast love, thy tender mercies, and thy matchless grace toward us, the people of the Federation of St. Christopher Nevis, by day and by night, granting us, O God, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in our daily act of service. We give the praise, honor, and glory that is due to thy worthy and matchless name. O Lord God of heaven and earth, that ruleth in the affairs of men, I bring to thee the Honorable Madam Speaker and the Madam Deputy Speaker of this Assembly, that thou wilt grant them the wisdom and the understanding as they conduct the business of this Assembly in accordance with the regulations, the rules, and the orders, to uphold the principles with fairness and justice to all in attendance. Lord, I bring to thee the elected and selected men and women gathered here today to discuss the Assembly business matters that is at hand. Indeed, O Lord, thou knowest their heart's intent, the emotions, and the aspirations. Grant them the wisdom and the understanding that is there. In their discussion, they will conduct themselves with respect towards each other as good stewards of their responsibilities. I pray that in their quest, that they will earnestly exercise their steadfast servanthood service with all prudence, with due diligence, with compassion, with justice and distinction, without fear or favor, toward the people of the Federation of St. Christopher Nevis, of whom they are elected to serve with principles, putting country above self, at all levels of their service with love and fairness. O Lord God of heaven and earth, I bring to thee the matters presented on this order paper for today's discussion. Will be done with goodwill, with fairness, and with justice for the well-being of the citizens and residents of the Federation of St. Christopher Nevis going forward with your blessings. These things with humbleness of heart, I ask with thanksgivings in the Savior's precious name. Amen. May all join me with our Father prayer at this time. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Pastor Evelyn. You may be seated. Before we proceed, brief housekeeping matter. I respectfully ask all to turn their cell phones and other electronic devices on silent and or vibrate for the duration of the proceedings, so as not to interrupt the honorable members when they're presenting. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Confirmation of minutes.
Deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages.
Announcements by the Speaker.
3 brief messages. My office is in receipt of 3 notices of absence for the honourable member. Firstly, for the honourable members as follows. Firstly, the honourable member for St. Christopher 7, the Honourable Senator Jones, and the Honourable Senator Dr. Clark. All members will not be present at today's proceedings. Those are the notices.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions, government notices, unofficial notices, questions, request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers.
You have a statement?
Personal explanations, motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, public business bills, second reading.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
With your leave, Madam Speaker, I rise in this honourable House to speak on the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Bill 2025, which had its first reading on 17th April 2025. Madam Speaker, this morning is a historical morning. It's a morning that the workers of St. Kitts and Nevis, specifically our GAE workers, specifically our civil servants and those who work in the civil service, that they have been waiting for many, many decades, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we were to reflect and to understand why this legislation is so important, we will reflect on that January morning in 1932, when the labor movement in St. Kitts and Nevis was born. It is a movement that is dedicated to the upliftment and advancement of all of our workers. And in our gallery today, Madam Speaker, I want to specifically recognize a number of these workers who are here with us. Civil servants and specifically GAE workers, government auxiliary employees, as if they are some sort of second-class workers in the civil service, Madam Speaker. But in this government, there is no first class and no second class. The GAE workers deserve their benefits as well. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to recognize those who people only remember when they don't work. I want to recognize the crossing guards, because when they don't show up, all of a sudden people realize that their children's lives are at risk. Parks and beaches workers, people only recognize when the verges are overgrown. The maids at the hospital, Madam Speaker, they're only recognized when you're at the hospital and your lunch may not come on time. The cleaners in offices were often overlooked. They're only remembered if he or she were to get sick and the office is not clean. Then they ask about the cleaners. Those who maintain the drains, Nobody remembers them, Madam Speaker, unless they don't shut up and the drain becomes untidy and creates stench. The messengers, nobody remembers them unless you let us stay on your desk for days and you want it to be delivered. The school bus drivers only are noticed if they don't show up on a day and your child cannot get to school. School meal workers who serve lunch, who cook the lunch, nobody would notice unless they don't show up. But Madam Speaker, this is about to change. There are no second-class workers in this civil service under this administration. They are as important as anyone else and as important as me, because without them I can't be here, and I don't confuse myself with that. And so I want to say to them this morning, this is your house. Welcome to Parliament, and this bill is about you, to bring justice to you, and to say once and for all that we might be different in our work life, but we are equal. And difference does not mean unequal. So I want to honor you all this morning for the tremendous work that you have been doing over the years to make sure that this country continues to move upward and onward. Madam Speaker, I also want to recognize the task force that has been working on this, led by the head of service, Ms. Thelma Richards, who has been working hard over these past months, maybe over a year, to put this together. So I want to thank her, and she's here this morning, and the team that has worked so tirelessly hard to make sure that this comes to Parliament. I want to thank the AG and the AG's office. I want to thank the actuary who actually looked at the numbers and determined what we can do to make sure that this pension is implemented, it is feasible and sustainable. And so this has been a work where many have contributed to make sure that our GAE workers would see justice. Madam Speaker, that is why I say it is with great pleasure to really read this bill this morning and to debate it. As I said, today is a historic day in this Parliament. The Pensions Amendment Bill 2025 is a historic statement of who we are as a people and what kind of future we are determined to build. A future as a sustainable island state. This bill tells every government auxiliary employee, every street or office cleaner, every crossing guard, as mentioned before, that we see you, we value you, and we will honor your contributions when your working days are over. Madam Speaker, the paradigm shift, let me explain the old versus the new. But I must speak of where we are coming from, because this was promised to the GAE workers for many, many years, Madam Speaker. One of the most egregious things that took place was that the calculation for the gratuity for the GAE workers was reduced significantly by the then Minister of Finance, member for number 7, and the Unity Administration. Imagine these are the persons who work for the least in our service. And they said that their gratuity was too much and reduced their gratuity. Madam Speaker, one of the first things we did when we got in office was to restore the correct gratuity calculation for the GAE workers. And I will get into some numbers, Madam Speaker. For example, if a GAE worker were to receive under the old calculation that came from the previous Labour administration, if they were to receive $20,000, under the Timothy Harris administration, they would only receive $3,000. And that is why we change it back and say, no, put it back up to $20,000. Madam Speaker, that is how you empower people. Empowerment is not feeling pity for people. This is not about pity. This is about people who have worked and they must get what they deserve. That is what this is about. That is why this is about justice for the GAE workers and other pensioners, Madam Speaker. Far too long, our pension system, Madam Speaker, it was outdated. It originated in 1947, 78 years ago. Hardly any of the present GAE workers or pensioners is at that age. Madam Speaker, I look around and I don't think any in the audience is that age. They look young. Kitchens don't age nicely, you know. Divisions too. You can't tell the age by their face, you know. But I believe none of them is 78 today. Madam Speaker, it was a non-contributory, it was unpredictable and unequal. It placed an unbearable burden on the public purse while denying thousands of hard-working men and women, especially our GAEs, the security of knowing that after a lifetime of service, they would have something to fall back on. Today, Madam Speaker, we say no more. This bill ushers in a new era, a contributory pension plan that is structured, fair, and sustainable. It brings certainty, it brings equity, and it brings peace of mind. Madam Speaker, I can see that there are persons who are now 62 in the audience, and they don't want to retire because they are afraid that they will not get a pension. And when they go home, they would only have to live on Social Security, which means they have a chance of retiring in poverty. We can't allow our workers to, I would say, retire in poverty. It is a fact, Madam Speaker. The Pre-Existing Pensions Act, CAP 2206, primarily operated on a non-contributory model where the government fully funds public service pensions. Over the years, this model has proven financially unsustainable, leading to increasing liabilities and challenges in pension payments, key issues necessitating reform. And what these reforms are, Madam Speaker: rising pension costs as the financial burden of pension on the government, and any government, will increase. Lack of a dedicated pension fund, Madam Speaker. This is why this is so sustainable and secure, because we are forming a fund. You have the Social Security Fund and other types of fund. This is a pension fund in the civil service. And this would ensure that pension payments be sourced from the fund, from general revenue, making them less vulnerable when you can take them from multiple sources, Madam Speaker. Inconsistent eligibility criteria, as the existing system lacks uniformity with the different retirement ages and entitlements of different categories of public servants. The Pensions Amendment Bill 2025, however, is grounded in sound legislative and financial principles that promote, and these are what they promote, Madam Speaker. This is what this bill promotes. It promotes financial sustainability as the transition to a contributory model reduces the financial burden on government while ensuring adequate pension funding. The establishment of a pensions fund ensures that contributions are invested and managed separately from general government revenue. That is critically important, Madam Speaker. It's separate and apart to the government coffers. It is in a fund, and that makes it less vulnerable, more sustainable, and more resilient to shocks and changes, Madam Speaker. Another one, equity and inclusion, as the amendment expands pension coverage to include government auxiliary employees, addressing long-standing disparities. The new system ensures uniform retirement ages and fair eligibility criteria. Madam Speaker, it also ensures administrative efficiency as the bill clarifies pension eligibility, payments, and refunds, reducing administrative ambiguities. The Accountant General, and he's here, Mr. Bratcher, who has worked tirelessly hard on this one, and I want to thank him for his hard work, and is tasked with managing the pensions fund, ensuring accountability and transparency. Madam Speaker, the other one is long-term stability, as the mandatory actuarial reviews will be conducted to assess the financial health of the pensions fund every 3 years. The bill incorporates investment guidelines to optimize fund growth. Madam Speaker, these policy changes align with regional and international best practices, strengthening the resilience of the pension system. Madam Speaker, the bill by itself, I wish to briefly review section of the bill so that our people can understand the new paradigm shift. Madam Speaker, if we were to look at the bill that was circulated before today, definition of minister in section 2, a new definition was added. Minister means the Minister of Finance. This clears up any confusion about which minister is responsible for managing the pensions fund, pension laws. That minister is myself. Or the interpreter? Okay. Madam Speaker, number 2. As we look at the bill, replacements of parts 3 and 4, these entire sections of the Act were removed and replaced to modernize and simplify how the contributory pension plan works. The goal is to make pension rules clearer and more consistent for all workers contributing to the fund. Madam Speaker, the key definitions in the new section 24, important terms are clearly defined, such as a pensioner is now 3 categories of people. Every officer who joined or joins the public service on or after 18 May 2012 and contributes to the pension fund. Government auxiliary employees who contributes to the pensions fund. Officers who joined the public service before 18th of May 2012 and who elect to retire at the age of 62 and contribute to the pensions fund. Number 4, application of regulations, section 25. The rules for pensions under this new part use the same general principles as the older pension rules, but now refer to an updated schedule of regulations. Section 26, Madam Speaker, funding of pensions. Pensions under this part are paid from both the general government funds and the special pensions fund. Under section 27, right to a pension, to qualify automatically for a pension, you must have worked at least 15 straight years. Madam Speaker, this has to be clear so that our workers understand what are the criteria to qualify to receive a government pension. You must have worked for at least 15 straight years. You must have contributed to the pension fund for those years. Madam Speaker, when can you get a pension or gratuity is the next part of it. You will receive your pension when you turn 62 automatically if you worked and contributed for 15 years. So, Madam Speaker, if you come in the service, let's say at 20, and you work up to 35, and you contributed and you leave, and 62, you are qualified for your pension still. No matter where you are in the world, your pension is your pension. And nobody could take it from you. If they want to take it, they got to come back in here. If you resign after at least 10 years, you will receive a gratuity, a one-time payment. So let's say you don't reach up to the 15 years, but you put in 10 years, you will get a full gratuity. But remember, you have to work 15 years to get the pension. And that does not include the time and probation. Now let's look at refunds in the public interest. If you are asked to leave your job in the public service and you aren't eligible for a pension, guess what? You'll get back every cent you put in. Before today, you contributing, if you leave before the time, you don't get back nothing. But today we are saying that if you leave before you're qualified for gratuity, at least what you put in, you should get back. I think that is fair. So you can't lose. You can't lose. And not only that, if something happened to you, God forbid, you have your family members who will get something. Because many times people lose their family members and they ain't get nothing. Not even something to help with the funeral, God forbid. That is how serious this matter is. Retirement age is under section 30. Everyone covered on this part, your retirement is at age 62. Now the part for the pension and how we thought about it. The pension you receive will be around 40% of your highest salary. 40%. So if you get a pension from other public service, the combined total must not exceed 2/5 of your highest salary. But there's something really good in here for you. Now, remember this is from the government pension, but you can also receive Social Security pension, which is about 60%. 60% plus 40% is how much? So you're going home with the same money. So when you retire, your money ain't dropping. That is big. For us to send you home with about 100% of what you used to work for. So whatever you end working for, that is what you're going to go home to. You all know, when you work, if you're 62 now, before the law passes, and I'm sure we're going to pass this line here today, and you retire, you're not getting any pension. The only thing you're going to get is the 60% from Social Security, and then you start to scratch your head. Lord, last week I used to bring home this amount. I only retired yesterday. Now I'm home, we're going to get the rest money from. So you start to say, boy, let me see if I could clean here, let me see if I could do a little thing here. You all know the reality go. But what we are saying is that when we combine your pension plus your Social Security, is your full pay you're going to be getting. Very, very close to your full pay, That is how we thought about it, so that people don't retire in poverty. And you don't have to retire depending on your children, because they got their own thing to do too. And then you become a burden on them. And when you become a burden on them, all kind of arguments start to happen. Because the week before you could have buy chicken leg, your money drop, you're going to buy back on it. Problem start. You used to buy fancy milk, now you say, boy, you ask your neighbor for some milk powder. But we want you to be able to retire in dignity, so they can't cut no style upon you. And you can continue to contribute, and you can retire in dignity. That is why we are bringing this for you for Labor Day 2025. Now, from sections 32 to 36, if you're re-employed after age 62, pension payments will pause. That is normal until you retire again, but because you don't get a full salary. If you retire early due to serious medical reasons with proof, you can still get your pension. So let's say you're working and you have to retire early because you suffer an accident, God forbid. This is life, things happen. We want you to have protection in here. So you ain't worrying about your illness and still, Lord, we're going to get the dollar from. And then you become a burden to your family. We are trying to protect you here. So if your doctor writes and says this is really an illness, can't walk again, this is the situation, this has a provision to protect you. Now, if you are not eligible for a pension because you work for less than 10 years, for less than 15 years, or you're not eligible for gratuity because you work for less than 10 years, you will get back your contribution, guess what? With interest. So you're going to get back more than you put in because you're getting interest with it. You might be asking, well, why are we doing so much for the workers? This is a party about workers. People must live in dignity from the time they're born until the Lord decides they must leave. They have to be given the chance to live in dignity. And if you pass away, God forbid, and have no legal representative, your benefits can be paid to your estate or someone the accountant general approves. So if you pass away, presently if you pass away, nothing. You're aware of that? Nothing. Your family ain't never getting help to bury the person who have passed. But we are saying in this that your beneficiaries will now be eligible to receive something. This is transformational. This is to protect you. I'll move on. We join in the pension system. If you have leave your job and return to the public service within a year, you have 3 options. Repay what you withdrew from the fund, repay and also cover the gap years you miss, keep the refund and start afresh. So you have some choices. So let's say you go home and say, man, I'm going back to the government to work less than a year. You can say, man, let me sit down. The years, I want to put back in the money so I can get my pension at the end and give you the difference. Or, man, that done gone, let me start fresh. And you start your pension again. But at least you have 3 choices. You must have choices. That is what this is about. The other matter is the application of other rules. General rules like loss of pension if convicted of a crime, becoming bankrupt, or working in sensitive business roles still apply to people in this pension plan. So it doesn't exclude you. Pension laws, powers, and oversight. I want to now touch on section 46 to 48. These sections explain how pension rules apply. The Governor General still has powers to approve or deny pensions. Proof of life is required to keep receiving a pension. You all accustomed to that. If you have your social security, every year you go to somebody. Sometimes you can go to your pastor, you can go to the doctor, and they just write to say you're still alive. In every country that exists, because sometimes people can be writing in for people who have passed on and keeping the money. So that is to prevent that. You got fraud like that. This is make sure no fraud happening. In section 50 to 51, the establishment and management of pension fund. The special pensions fund is created to manage contributions. The accountant general oversees it. The fund is audited yearly, and an actuary must review its health every 3 years. If the fund runs short, the government will cover the gap. So it has a lot of protection in it right here. These are the management. Now, section 52, report on pension fund to be tabled annually. The annual report of the accountant general shall be laid by the minister before National Assembly. The Minister of Finance, in this case, myself. Section 53, contributions to be deducted from salary. Every government worker who contributes to the pension fund will have 3% of their salary automatically deducted each month. This money goes into their pension savings. It's a real savings. You ain't gonna lose it. If you stop, you get it back with interest. You cover 10 years, you get a gratuity, and it's going to be more than how much you contributed. And if you reach your pension, you'll get your gratuity plus your pension every month. This is a big savings, this big. This is solid. This is for you to be secured. So you're going to get social security, and you're still getting another pension. That is why we are fighting for you, so you can be secured in your retirement. When contributions stop, contributions to pension fund will stop the day a person leaves the public service or that person is to receive a pension. Then you don't have to contribute while you are receiving. Now, section 55, contributions during leave of absence. If you're on unpaid leave, no deductions are made. If you're on educational leave with pay, you must still contribute. If you don't return to work after leave, the time off won't be counted toward your pension. If you do return to work, the leave can count as pensionable time, but only if you work for the same amount of time as the leave you took. Section 56, that's the rate of pension. If you've worked 15 years or more and retire, you'll receive a pension at a rate outlined in the 3rd schedule, a new part of the law that will detail the amounts. Section 57, what counts towards a pension? Only the time you actually worked in the public service counts towards your pension. So the time you worked. Section 58, what time is included in pensionable service? The following count. time on duty, time on paid leave, time on unpaid leave may count if specific rules in Section 56 are not met. Section 59, and I'm going through all these sections, but I have to clear them up, because those who are listening and want to hear these sections, they must know that this is solid in law. This ain't no fly-by-night and no flimsiness. This is real thing here.
Promise.
Section 59, retirement due to abolition of office. If your job is removed and you are forced to retire, you'll still get a pension at the standard rate. If you don't qualify for a pension, you'll be refunded the money you contributed plus interest. I said that already. Important. Section 60, this deals with application to government agencies. If a public officer is transferred to a government agency like a statutory body, their pension rights are protected. It's as if they never left the public service. Very important. Section 61, officers seconded to agencies. The Public Service Commission can temporarily assign officers to agencies, and these officers will keep their same salary and pension rights. So it means if you're working in the government and they say, you know, the member from number 2, Honorable Minister, say you have to go up to Scaspa to work, you are seconded up there, but you're still governed by the civil service pension laws. Nothing will be lost. So while you're working there, all of what is due to you will be given to you. Section 62, regulations. The Ministry of Finance has the power to make new regulations to help enforce this law. And believe me, I'm going to enforce this law. Section 63, transitional provisions. These protect rights already earned before this new law takes effect. Any pension rights, payments, or entitlements under the old law stay in place. If you work before the law changes, your full service time before and after the new law will still be counted. If you already retired before the new law, it won't affect your benefits. If you don't have a new appointment letter or continued employment letter from the Governor General, the old rules still apply to you. So nobody is disadvantaged. If you came in before 2012 and you are leaving, whatever the rules were then, they apply to you. You will still get your pension at the appropriate time. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that this is critically important. This has brought justice to the GAE workers. This was not an easy bill to put together, and that is why over the many years it might have taken such time. But if I can remember, and I remember well, it is only a Labour administration, and the facts must show on this Labour weekend that is coming up, that puts these type of laws in effect and into play. Let me remind our people that the Labour movement in St. Kitts and Nevis is the first movement officially registered politically run by our people that brought democracy to here in St. Kitts and Nevis. In 1932, our people couldn't vote. They say we ain't had no money and we ain't had no education, so we couldn't vote. The Workers' League then, which became the Labour Party afterwards, fought for our workers, fought for fair wages. You might have heard about the Buckley's uprising in 1935. It's Penny Hinckley the people did that uprising for. Because the plantation owners refused to give them their increase that they deserve. And the people said they couldn't take it no more. In 1940 was when the labor union was formed. Because before 1940 it was illegal to have a union. Because once you have a labor union, the union is going to mobilize people to ask for better conditions for the workers of this country. This is how far back we go. The labor movement started in 1932 and is the oldest labor movement in the English-speaking Caribbean. It's older than any in Trinidad, older than any in Jamaica, older than any in Barbados, older than any in Bahamas. I call all these countries because some people might look at them as the larger countries of the English-speaking Caribbean. But the St. Kitts labor movement leading all of them. In 2032, we are going to be 100 years. And that is why it is so important to the GAE workers that I invite you out on Labor Day to march. You're not marching for politics. You're marching for your rights as workers. It was the labor movement that brought Social Security to you. Because in those days, people used to retire with zero. No Social Security existed. They had something called the Providence Fund, but that was upgraded to the Social Security in the late 1970s under the labor movement. These are facts. Facts that we must know. It was the labor movement that fought for our people to be able, our workers to be able to send their children to school. Since in the 1960s, we had comprehensive secondary education. What does that mean? It means that irrespective of who you were, whether you had money or don't have money, you had a right to go to school until you were 16, guaranteed by the government. That was because of the labor movement. The labor movement also fought to get back the land so that today our people can own land in St. Kitts and Nevis. The labor movement fought for our workers to see independence, which started in the 1970s and completed in the 1980s. So this is not just party politics. This is about a movement that seeks to move our workers from one stage in life to another stage in life, continuously improving and advancing and all of these parameters that help to make our lives better here on this earth. And so the direction is clear. That the point that I'm trying to make here is that we must continue to work to improve the lives of our workers. Madam Speaker, I want to share some facts on this bill because there are some things that must be pointed out. Madam Speaker, is over 2,000 people going to benefit from this? 2,000 people in St. Kitts going to benefit from this. What is the population of St. Kitts? Maybe around 40,000?
40 St. Kitts.
In St. Kitts alone, yes. 36. 2,000 is what percentage? So 2,000 is what percentage of that?
That's 5%.
5%!
Sorry, yes, 5%.
5% of the whole population. So what is the working population? Because it's higher.
No, that's correct. Yeah, 4,000 is 10%.
Okay, yeah? So 5%, he's the maths man. He come out his head even when he doesn't notice. It's bad. And that's the total population. So if we were to calculate the percentage of the working population, it is even higher.
Yes, 10%.
It is at least 10%. So this law alone is going to benefit 10% of our people here in St. Kitts. I mean, that is nothing to sneeze at. That is serious. That we are guaranteeing that 10% of our working people now get this benefit and will not retire in poverty. Madam Speaker, it's hard, I just see how they hold their head when they got to go home, knowing that the only pay they're going to get is from Social Security. It's hard. They don't talk to me all the time. Madam Speaker, look, even from constituency number 7, Madam Speaker, you're going to have the beneficiaries. Kishma Johnson from Tamarako, Faye Isaac from Phillips Village, Nola Matthew from Molyneux, a gentleman named Wixie from Molyneux. Madam Speaker, this bill ain't discriminating. The member from number 7 had the chance to give these people a pension and he refused to give them.
That's correct.
Madam Speaker, I see some good people over in that crowd. I see Simmons over there. She doesn't have to respond. I see Letty over there. You know who named Letty? Madam Speaker, these people are waiting for the pension. This law does not look to whether you are supporting this party or that party. This law covers our workers in this country. This is about everybody, Madam Speaker. 2,000 people, at least, to benefit. Hundreds of GAEs already receiving their pension, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have laid out some of the facts with respect to this. There was a lady, I can remember her very clearly, Miss Claudette Vanterpool from Upper Keon, who used to work as a nursing assistant or aide. She used to visit the homes, take the blood pressure, do multiple things for the people for years. Claudette walk in the street. Walk in the street, get foot pain and back pain and all sorts of things. Looking after people. And then after all those years, you tell Claudette, nothing for you. But in addition to that, that makes it even worse, is that under unity, they decrease the amount of gratuity that Claudette should have gotten. And that is why I think it's 2 years ago, right here in the street, in front of government headquarters, we reinstituted that. We took them up to NEMA and we give them the balance of their check. And so she can retire in dignity. That is what we are saying. Madam Speaker, there's another lady, I can't remember the name now. I wonder if she's in the crowd here. Because she was afraid to retire. She said she now retire.
He got a couple, a bunch downstairs, you know.
Oh, there's some downstairs?
A big group downstairs.
They can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sure she might
Don't tell them they
yes.
can hear what I say. So
Okay.
you're talking to them downstairs.
I'm talking to you downstairs as well, because maybe she's downstairs. Every time she see me, she say, Prime Minister, I'm not going home until I get my pension. And I know she didn't want to go home for a particular reason, because she knows if she goes home, the only thing that she would have is the social security. Should I walk up by? Yes. Newtown. Up by Newtown. So the honorable member from number 1 knows her very well. And I want to say to her that after today, when we pass this bill into law, you can retire with peace and tranquility. Let me tell you why we brought this. And if I look at the numbers, when they did the actuary, the pension is substantial based on your salary. And I said, look, when people get their pension, it must be of a certain amount. You'll be surprised. We had 2 options. The Labour Party and the Labour movement is about strengthening workers. The way you strengthen workers is by increasing their wages and giving them proper pension and protection. Those are the best ways to do it. This is what the Labour movement believes in. And to create a pension that is sustainable, and you have in law that you must get it. Now let's say you have some government social program that somebody can decide if you get it today and you get it tomorrow, based on how much money the government has. That is not sustainable. That is risky. That makes you vulnerable. But when you have a pension, it is in law. And people can cut it when they want and take it out when they want and treat you how you want. You have legal rights passing law. And that is why this is so important, that we have this passing law so that you can benefit. This will ensure that our workers continue to advance. And that is why I'm inviting all of you to march on Labor Day. You're not marching, you're marching for your rights. You're marching because you fight for this. Tell the people I fight for it and I get it. And I come to show the people that I get it. That is what you're going to be marching for. You're marching for your own advancement. And the reason why I call these names from this particular constituency, let us be real, is to show that we're not discriminating against anybody. The law covers everybody. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that you have worked and contributed and should be given the right to your pension. It is going to bring dignity to you and dignity to your family as well. And therefore, I want to wrap up this first part of the debate, and I have some more to come back on later when I wrap up the debate, because I have much more, but I'll give other members to chime in on this most important bill that we are passing here today, just before Labor Day, just before the Workers' Day, just before the day what is recognized as a day that workers are important and at the center of any country and its development. And so, Madam Speaker, let me wrap up this part by saying again to all of the GAE workers who are here, who people don't know, who don't recognize, these are the people again who are our crossing guards. See how nice they look here in the blue. Parks and beaches workers who keep our country looking clean. The maids at the hospital, the cleaners in offices, those who keep the drains clean, the messengers, the school bus drivers, the school meal workers.
The workers at the public works.
Workers as public works as well. I'm sure you'll add on that.
Yeah.
Wherever you are in your GAE, you are eligible for this. I will say that you deserve it. You have worked for it. Yes. And this Labour administration is happy to deliver it to you, the hard-working GAE workers, for this government of ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill. Before we proceed, I must mention a few things. Firstly, my office is now in receipt of a notice of absence for the Honourable Senator Iseline Phillip, who is on official business. She will not be present for this morning's proceedings. Secondly, members of the gallery, honourable members, I'm speaking. Members in the gallery, if you haven't done so as yet, kindly check your phones. Ensure that they are on silent so as to not disturb the presenters this morning. And lastly, members of the gallery, I understand that today is a day where you've come to celebrate, but we must also be respectful. I've heard some remarks coming from the gallery, and we ought to remember that all of the members here are honourable members, and we must treat them accordingly. Thank you. May I have another presenter?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion, the bill before the Honourable House, and reserve my right to speak.
Very well. Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. I need that on the record. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 9.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this debate on this day because I believe that we are doing something truly historic and something that is important for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. As I listen to the mover of the bill, I would want to start by indicating that he couched it in large measure in political terms. He says this is not politics, but I think this is his way of getting people to march. And that's okay. That's okay. If people marching is good. People marching is good, exercise is good. But, Madam Speaker, as he spoke, I said to myself, it has to be that everybody in Nevis is Labour. You know why I say so? Because what we are doing here today, on the 30th of April 2025, was done in Nevis since the 1st of September 2022. Got to be with Labour over there too. And here's the good thing, we don't have no march over there.
Bring them over.
They're coming over. You see, Madam Speaker, the point I want to make is that whilst we're politicians, and naturally we do engage from time to time in some level of political discussion. The only thing that we need to take care of people is to love people. Really doesn't matter what political party. To take care of people, you need to love people. And I am not going to stand here today and say that this is only a function of the current government. The current government and those on the government side should be proud that today they're bringing something to this parliament which is historic and which will benefit thousands of people. But it has been a process to get us here today. And we must reflect that just as we celebrate today, on the 30th of April 2025, this signal accomplishment for the country, it begs the question as to why it took so long. And so many, yes, there's some in the gallery today who are happy, but what about those who would have left last year and the year before and 5 years ago? I am not suggesting that what we're doing here today, I started by saying it is historic and important. But we ought to also ask, why has this humanitarian effort taken this long? Why it is that we as a country have taken this long to recognize the contribution of our people? The truth is that we all know that the civil service has its own rules and requirements. To enter the civil service, you need subjects, and it looks like nowadays it's not even subjects. You need, I believe they say, math and English. So it's not just subjects, you need certain kinds of subjects. And our entire system, Madam Speaker, has evolved, or perhaps a better word is revolved, around an idea that we must have some piece of paper that says we went to school and we passed these set of exams. And as I say, not only we pass agriculture, agricultural science, social science and those, but we must have math and English in order to qualify. So it sounds to me that you could have 5 subjects, but if you don't have math and English in those 5, you still are not eligible to join the civil service. What our system has never accommodated is experience. The people who may not have the subject, but they know the subject. They may not have the CXC in plumbing, but give them any pipe to run, and they could do it. We have never in our system had any appreciation or accommodation for those individuals. And so, using the Nevis experience, we had, Madam Speaker, some persons who after 40 years, 4 decades, working, went home, as we say in Nevis, with their 2 long hands. Nothing. If they're lucky, they get a thank you. That was it. And efforts have been made. I believe this talk of, what you call over here, GAE, Government Auxiliary Employees. In Nevis, we still use the old language of any, non-established. But we have been talking about doing something for the GAE workers for a long time. In fact, if my memory serves, and the good member is here, the good member for number 6, he was Prime Minister when a bill was introduced and passed into law into this very house to address this issue. If I recall, it was 2011. 2012, forgive me. That was 13 years ago. And whilst that bill was passed, we never, as a government and as a people, agitated enough to ensure that what was in that bill was brought into effect so that the people could have benefited. I go back to the man who retired 5 years ago, 7 years ago. worked for 45 years as a messenger, as a driver, as a cleaner, parks and beaches, he would have gone away, as we say, two long hands. Because notwithstanding that we have had legislation for 13 years, we are only now coming to do the necessary to ensure that people can benefit. And I am not here to suggest that these things happen overnight. What I am suggesting is that there are certain things in our country which ought to get priority. And I want to use Nevis, because I'm from Nevis. I want to use Nevis as the example. We got so tired and fed up in Nevis at the lack of momentum that we introduced a policy, because we understand that the public service and the pension scheme is a national undertaking. But we get so tired of waiting that we went ahead in September 2022 in Nevis. And I'm so happy to see the legislation now, because this legislation, we're going to pay less in Nevis. Under the policy in Nevis, once you got to 62, you got gratuity and pension. I just get some numbers here, and I didn't even realize, because we began in Nevis on the 1st of September 2022. Since then, 168 persons have benefited. We have paid out $3,078,485.20 in gratuity, averaging $18,324.31. But I will tell you, because I spoke to a fellow the other day who worked in agriculture in Nevis, and he told me that he walked away with $95,000. One check. Plus, he's going to get his pension. We have paid out, in addition to that $3,078,485.20 in gratuity, an additional $1,646,739.73 has been paid out thus far in Nevis by way of pension. And this is under a policy prescription. We have so far spent, since the 1st of September 2022, $4,725,224.93. For what, Madam Speaker? To help people. Because we realized that the time kept going and going. People were retiring. And the same thing that the member for Nevis, for St. Kitts 8, the Honorable Prime Minister, the same thing that he speaks to, of people panicking. People are saying, I'm going home, and all I can look forward to is a little thing I get from Social Security. We had that scenario being played out on the island of Nevis, and we said as the NIA, we have to do something. So I am happy today, because I just sent a message to my PS and say, I hope they're listening. Because now we have a legal framework within which to do what we have been doing in Nevis by way of policy up to this point. Now, I want to take a few minutes, Madam Speaker, to look at what it is we are seeking to achieve here. Most of us, when we are young, we look to the future with a certain level of optimism. You're young, you say you have time. You could do this, you could do that. You could work hard. As you get older, you now start to think about the years, I believe some writer refers to it as the winter of your years. And it is a truism that most of us would like to live out our lives with some measure of dignity. And I want our people to understand that the purpose behind these policy prescriptions that have now become law, or we seek to make law today, is to ensure that our people have an opportunity to live out the rest of their lives in dignity. The Prime Minister mentioned, move out the bill, Some people used to buy chicken leg, now they buy back neck. Personally, I like back neck, so I don't know what he was trying to say. But the point is that people must go into those years when perhaps the ailments come, the arthritis, the slowing down, the wrinkles start to come. But they must go into those years more comfortable, because they need now to be more reliant. You know, they talk about somebody being once a man and twice a child. And the truth is, as we get older, we require care. Just as when we were babes, we required care. So this is designed to put people in a better position. And the fact that it has been calculated, the law refers to 2/5, 40%. It means that, as the mover points out, you're trying to make people whole. You're trying to say to people that if you were making $100, Social Security will give you 60%, that's $60, and you'll get 40%, $40. So you'll still end up in your retirement years with the $100. And I believe that that is important. So we're talking about taking care of people. And you've heard a lot said in this parliament and on the airwaves about a sustainable island state. You cannot have any state, any country that is sustainable unless you take care of your people. The people are the fulcrum around which stability and sustainability must occur. And so these social experiments, as I like to call them, are of critical importance. And so if people feel like they want to march, then march. But whether you march or not, the relevance of this is that from this day, and I intend to say I, when it's asked, the question is put, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis will have finally a legal framework from which they can benefit. But I want to get into what the legal framework is going to look like. I have a few points, Madam Speaker, that I would like to make. Now, what is the entitlement? Or maybe I should ask it this way. Who is going to be entitled? Section 27. And I read it into the record. Subject to Section 5, a contributor who has A, served for 15 continuous years, B, contributed to the pensions fund for 15 continuous years, and C, having satisfied any other requirements relating to the qualifications for the payment of pension under this Act, shall be entitled to a pension under this part as of right. I like the language, as of right. It means there's no discretion. Nobody can decide who gets and who don't get. But I think the public, and for those who are gathered here, some of whom are GAE workers, that you must recognize that the law is saying you must have served for 15 years. But not just 15 years. There's an important word in the law. It says 15 years continuous. And I'm going to get to that. Because some people like to call and say, well, I've been doing 5 years and I went to St. Martin. And I come back now for here for 10. So give me the 5. And now give me the 10. That makes 15. But that is not how the law is structured. So we need to be clear. 15 continuous years. But what I also think is important, and I hope the NE workers in Nevis are listening, because it also says that you must have contributed, C-O-N-T-R-I-B-U-T-E-D, contributed to the fund for 15 years. So this is where now problems start. Because currently, people in Nevis are collecting, but they never contribute nothing. So I want the public now to understand that the legislation is saying to qualify, you must have worked for 15 continuous years, and you must have contributed for 15 continuous years. That's important because it now speaks to a pension fund. to be managed by the Accountant General. And that pension fund will collect. So, since we are familiar with it, just how now you pay some Social Security from your money, you'll have to pay something from your money, from your salary. Now, the 15 years continuous service, and let me say what is continuous. Section 27 of the legislation speaks to the entitlement. And then the definition of continuous is at section 2 of the 3rd schedule. And so section 2 of the 3rd schedule tells us what continuous means. Subject to the provisions of the schedule, qualifying service shall be the inclusive period between the date on which an officer begins to draw salary in respect of public service and the date of his or her leaving the public service, without deduction of any period during which he or she has been absent on leave with pay. No period which is not qualifying service by virtue of the foregoing paragraph shall be taken into account as pensionable service. No period during which the officer was not in the public service shall be taken into account as qualifying service or as pensionable service. Why is that important? That is important because sometimes we have people who, for example, are at, what do you call it down here? At Skellig, which is a statutory body. Huh? No, I'm making a different point. They may be at Skellig and they spend 5 years at Skellig. They then get a job in government and they spend 10 years in government. And they say, well, Skellig owned by government, so why I can't add the 5 to the 10 to get the 15? That's not how the law works. You can't take time you had up in solid waste or time you had up in Scaspa and bring it over with you. And so I am saying that when all of this is said and done, there is a need for an education campaign. We need for our people to understand who qualifies, how they qualify, and what the benefits they're going to get. Now, section 28.6 I have a problem with. Mover isn't here. Now, I have been married, Madam Speaker, for a little while. This year, how long now? This year is going to make 31 years. For those of you who are watching me, I got married at 2. It's 31 years, Madam Speaker. My wife deserves a medal, I will be honest. But I will tell you something, this section 28.6 troubles me. Because it says the provisions of section 6G shall apply mutatis mutandis to a pensioner under this part, except no gratuity shall be granted under this part to a female officer who retires for the reason that she has married or is about to marry. My question to the honorable member who moved the bill, what do you have against married women? Huh? I'm happy you agree with me. What do you have against married women? I love married women. So I feel that in this day and age, Madam Speaker, the idea that if a female officer retires, and the reason is that she's getting married, or she has married. First of all, I don't know if those things still happen. I don't know if they still happen. But if they do, I don't think a woman who chooses to leave the service because she's married should be penalized. I think that section there needs to go. That is not modern thinking. Give the woman her money. In fact, if I am a woman in the service thinking of getting married and think I will lose my gratuity, I may tell the man, I would love to say yes, but I can't say yes because I will be losing my money. We must be encouraging people to get married, you know. Madam Speaker, the Lord said, What God has put together, let no man put asunder. Encourage people to get married. You wouldn't understand. You keep your mouth out of this. Let me and Samuel and them talk about this. Right? So I believe that might have just been something that was overlooked, and I just wanted to comment on that because I don't think it adds anything to what we're trying to achieve today. Section 55(1). I propose not to be overly long, Madam Speaker. Section 55(1). See if I can find it here. Contributions during leave of absence. Section 55(1) says, and Mr. Attorney General, no deduction shall be made from the salary or wages of an officer on leave without pay. Well, if you're on leave without pay, then that means he's not getting any salary or wages. So I think, again, that might be a scrivener's error. I just wanted to point that out. Let me look very quickly at Section 33(2). And I set out Section 33(2), Madam Speaker, because we've had that problem in Nevis. What happens sometimes is that you have certain individuals, and now Section 30 of the legislation mandates, and that's another thing that's important, that it says now that a contributor shall retire on attaining the age of 62. So it is now providing a clear retirement age for even the GAE worker. 62. A contributor shall retire. That is under Section 30 of this legislation. But a problem that we have had in Nevis is that some people get to 62 and then they may have some special skill that you want to hold on to. And the difficulty sometimes is that the way that the legislation is framed, they have argued that I should get my pension and I should get my full salary on top of that. So if I was working for $5,000 a month, just drawing a reference, you bring me back, so I want my $5,000, and on top of that, I want my pension. And what used to happen? Some people used to retire Friday and come back Monday. When they retire Friday, they start to get their pension. Let us say the salary, again, using my example, is $5,000 a month. Let's say the pension is $3,000. Just drawing a reference. So they retire Friday, they start to get the $3,000. They come back Monday and they say, I want back the $5,000 that I used to get. Except now they're getting the 5 plus 3. So over the weekend, their salary gone from $5,000 a month to $8,000. And we've had that age-old argument as to how you compensate people if they come back into the system. Well, I think Section 33 seeks to finally put the matter to bed. And it says, Section 33(2), if a pensioner is re-employed in the public service after attaining the age of 62, no pension shall be paid until his or her re-employment comes to an end. I believe that's a very important section. What it says is that if you retire under Section 30 at 62, but you're brought back for whatever reason, then you're not going to get any pension. You get your salary. And you only start to get pension when you stop work. Put differently, don't expect that you're going to get both. That has been a concern, and I believe that that concern now has been addressed. The move of the bill made reference, and I must confess I don't know what the answer is. But he made reference in heavy weather of the fact that people are going to get refunds. Now, the way the Social Security Fund is set up, for example, just reason by way of analogy, that if you pay into Social Security and you ultimately do not qualify to receive Social Security, then I'm not aware that there's any refund to you. Because Social Security understands that people must be paying into the fund to support those who are taken out of the fund. Here, this legislation is saying at section, is it 35? 35 is what I have, refunds. When a contributor ceases to be employed in the public service and is not entitled to a gratuity under this part, an amount equal to the total of his or her contributions to the pensions fund with interest shall be paid to him or her, or where the contributor is deceased, to his or her estate or personal representative, as the case may be. Now this to me now starts to sound like a savings scheme. Starts to sound like a bank account rather than a pension fund. As I say, when I look at the Social Security Fund, which is a good example of what has worked and worked well, you anticipate people paying in to sustain the fund. So if you are saying that people who pay in and after 8 years they migrate to America, they tell you, hey, I'm moving to New York, please send my money back. And the accountant general now must calculate how much ever they paid in plus interest and give them back their money. I think there's a question of sustainability of the fund, and we will have to look carefully at that. I realize the legislation speaks about an actuary, an actuarial report. And as I understand these things, Madam Speaker, you need a constant stream of revenue coming into the fund in order to sustain it. Otherwise, it will become just another social program at the cost of the taxpayer, which is not what I think is intended here. It's intended to be a contributory fund. And if it is intended to be a contributory fund, I cannot understand the logic. Perhaps when other members from the government side speak, they can explain. But the logic of refunding people their money in full if those people do not qualify. So if somebody starts working, for example, at age 55, and therefore by the time they get to 62, they've only worked for 7 years. Under Section 30, they have to retire. You've been taking out their money for 7 years, you say, here's your money back with interest. What I am accustomed to, the idea that I'm accustomed to, is rather that once you've paid into the fund, the payment into the fund is intended to sustain the fund. And so just like Social Security, where some live until they're 100 and benefit until they're 100, and some don't get to retirement age, or some only live a year after they retire. But the idea is that those who are paid in sustain and support those who are taken out. So I don't know the thinking. As I said, there may be good reason for it, but I would want to look at that. Another thing that strikes me about this idea of refund, and I go back to the section 35. When a contributor ceases to be employed in the public service and is not entitled to a gratuity, an amount equal to the total of his or her contributions to the pensions fund with interest thereon shall be paid to him or her, or where the contributor is deceased, to his or her estate or personal representative, as the case may be. That's the provision. It doesn't say, for example, what happens where a contributor ceases to be employed in the public service for good cause. What if you catch a man stealing, and you therefore have to bring him before the PSC to be removed from the public service for gross dishonesty? It seems to me that this is still saying whatever money he paid, and you got to pay him back his money. Another thing it does, when I think about it, is we have to consider, Madam Speaker, that as the country grows, we are small. The last census only put us at 52,000 people total. And there may come a point when even the government will have to fight to retain workers if our economy continues to grow and develop. And I'm just wondering if you're saying to public servants, you're saying to NE workers, to GAE workers, that once you're paying and you leave before 10 years, because 10 years is the cutoff for you to get a gratuity, that you get all your money back with interest. What is the incentive for our workers to stay? I'm thinking about it in those terms, because if I could just get out what I put in with interest and move on, and a job is offered to me over at Coy or over at Marriott, I tell the government, give me my money, and I gone. So we now start to think about, is it not important for our workers to think, you know what, let me get to 10 years to get my gratuity. Let me get to 15 years to get my pension, as the case may be. Again, I don't know what the thinking is, but I am concerned by the idea that you're refunding people in full. I have one last thing, which is by way of a question, because I wasn't quite certain. When I looked at the provisions, it's saying if you do 10 years, you get gratuity. But it seems to me that you qualify for the gratuity only after you would have decided to leave. So you leave the service, after 10 years you get a gratuity. It suggests to me, therefore, that if you stay in the service beyond 10 years, that the only thing that you have to look forward to is your pension, which starts to accrue if you serve 15 continuous years. So I am not clear as to whether there is any opportunity for people to get both, meaning that individuals get a gratuity after a certain period and then thereafter they get a pension. Because the provision as to gratuity, let's see if I can find it. It seems to say that the individual will get the gratuity only upon, here we go, section 28.8, Madam Speaker. An officer who retires after serving for at least 10 years shall be eligible to receive their gratuity immediately upon retirement. So the trigger for the gratuity is you leave in the service. You retire, so you hold your money at the point when you retire. Between 10 years and 15 years, you would have to wait until 15 years now to get a pension. So this doesn't seem to me to contemplate that you can get both. It seems to me to be one or the other. That is, you get a gratuity if you leave at any point under 15 years, or let me put it differently, between 10 and 15 years, you get a gratuity. But if you stay until 15 years, that's when now you get a pension. So I don't know if that is the intention. The intention is to get both? Yes. Or are you going to get both? It says you're eligible. Let me look here again. English is a hard language sometimes. You see, the trigger for the gratuity under 28.8 is retirement. It says an officer who retires. It said because that is the trigger. So the anticipation under 28.8 is that the worker has gone and you give them now the gratuity. And if the worker has gone after 10 years, it means the worker is not around to collect a pension at 15 years. So that's what I'm saying. There's a to my mind, a difficulty as to whether or not you contemplate both. No, I have no difficulty speaking for myself that it be one or the other.
What is intended?
So this idea of both is expensive, you know. The idea of both is costly. The practice? Well, I'm told, well, you see, therein lies the difficulty. Because I have not seen the benefit of the study, the analysis to tell you how the numbers work. So if you're telling me that from 3%, you will be able to afford paying a lump sum as a gratuity after 10 years, and then when you get to 15 years, you now start to pay, if you've served 15 years, that pension, that's your eligibility, then it suggests to me that we're talking about two payments. You're talking about a lump sum in your pocket, and then you're talking about now a regular amount. That's what's currently happening in Nevis. And to put it in context, as I said, the gratuity amounts paid out in Nevis so far are over $3 million. But the pension amounts paid out in Nevis so far are only 1.6 million. So the issue for me is sustainability. And I don't have the benefit of the analysis, so I can't say whether or not that analysis shows that over time, that 3% will be able to sustain what it is we are seeking to do. And so I raise it just for the purpose of it being considered, because I wasn't sure. Now I'm hearing that it may be an error, and that the intention is to offer both, Madam Speaker, gratuity and pension. But I would simply like some clarification as to the cost and our ability to sustain. Madam Speaker, I perhaps have been longer than I needed to be. But I wanted to rise, and I want Hansard to show that on this historic occasion, I was here and I came to support this bill. I am not supporting it because I want anybody to march. I'm supporting it because it's the right thing to do. And it is something that has taken far too long. We have taken far too long to recognize that our people matter most and must be put at the center of all that we do. And so I extend commendations, because they say sometimes better late than never. I extend commendations, but I feel that we must move to a country where our people, what we need to make them comfortable, what we need to take away their anxiety in the winter of their years. When they have arthritis, they should also be wondering whether they could have chicken leg or chicken back. They should be comfortable. And so I commend and I support with those remarks that I have made, and ask of the government side if they can provide greater clarity on some of the points that have been raised. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we must ensure that the good that we do here today is sustainable. When I say all Nevis was labor's joke, I was making, I was just reasoning by analogy. Because you like to jump and say something. Listen, I say we must be labor because we. You can't say all the sinkers in CCM. Huh? Madam Speaker, I think that the debate, I hope, is going to be good. I am hopeful that this bill will have unanimous support, because I do feel that it is an important development for our country. And so with those words, I wish the bill safe passage. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 9. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1, the seconder of the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I promise to be extremely brief in this Honorable House this morning, but I stand, Madam Speaker, with a sense of pride on this historic move this morning as we debate the Pension Amendment Bill of 2025. The Honorable Mover of the bill, Madam Speaker, was extremely clear, and I believe everyone understood his presentation. Madam Speaker, the workers of this country, I believe they too are extremely proud of this historic move, and you heard it being supported by the honorable member opposite. Because this government, Madam Speaker, have been working extremely hard on behalf of our workers. This is a government who cares, one who believes in our people, and one who values people, Madam Speaker. While I am at it, I must commend the AG and his team for being able to craft such a, I don't want to use the word flawless, because you heard some recommendations coming out. So I believe in wrapping up we would make some changes, but a real comprehensive bill presented this morning, and the entire task force committee, they too must be commended, because the bill is finally here, and I can confidently say that everybody in this honorable house will support it, because it is the right thing to do, and God always honor the right. Today, Madam Speaker, I personally want to thank as well the various category of workers. We appreciate your service wherever you have served and continue to serve. I'm a bit biased, but I value everybody. But allow me to just zero in on some persons. To my school servers, school meal providers, cleaners, my school bus drivers, my messengers, home care officers, groundsmen, security guards, wherever you would have served. From my heart with love, as a Minister of Education et al., I say thank you, and I value your service, and your government appreciates you. Madam Speaker, it was just last night I engaged in a walk through down in Fig Tree, Sandy Point. And a 72-year-old man was expressing his satisfaction for this move this morning by the government. Almost in tears, he shared his over 40 years of service in the civil service. And when he saw some of the GAE workers or the non-establishment workers leaving without anything, he said it really pained him. And he commented last night, or congratulated us on this move, because at least he's saying that the ordinary man is going home with a financial package that will be of some benefit to them. And we are happy this morning, Madam Speaker, to be here on this day with all of the workers here. What he said, and I share in the atmosphere, because the seniors, you have to listen for the wisdom. He said what would even be happier for him is if the government can put a committee, but there's one, so and they're here, so I think they're listening. I'm giving them a little homework assignment as a teacher now. He said he know that there are persons who might not be qualified to get what is being done this morning. But he's hoping over time that the government will be able to put something in place that will compensate any worker that would have worked in the system. He went as low, he said even if it's $200 a month, that should be some benefit to them because they were not getting anything at all. So task force, I don't know what you might be thinking, but I just brought the message from a 72-year-old gentleman. Madam Speaker, this government is about winning for the people. You heard the mover echoed his sentiments that many made promises, and it was promises after promises after promises, and was never able to deliver. Gave in many cases false hope to people. But today, Madam Speaker, I can say to God be the glory, great things he has done. Because in just a short 2.5 years, Madam Speaker, and I stress 2.5 years, because when I thought I was a hard marker, and I recognize that we are in government for 2.5 years, but sometimes the marking we get, people feel that we have already been in government for 10 years. But in 2.5 years, we were able to deliver this morning, Madam Speaker. And to the workers, as the gospel song puts it, should I sing it, Madam Speaker? You deserve it. You deserve it. Exactly. And you have to hush, because if you continue, you're going to get in a kind of atmosphere. But, in fact, they really deserve it. And I am happy, Madam Speaker, to be here. The mover highlighted the provision of the bill, Madam Speaker, some 63 sections, but I wish just to highlight or reiterate just a few. In section 28, when you can get a pension or the gratuity, and the honorable member opposite just said it, but I think it was important to stress on the age 62 and the 15 years. What I like about it as well, Madam Speaker, in that same section, if for some reason you resign after 10 years, you will receive a gratuity, a one-time payment, which is still a blessing because Madam Speaker, the Bible speaks to not despising small beginnings. In section 29, Madam Speaker, I highlighted it while I was reading. If you are asked to leave your job in the public interest and aren't eligible for a pension, you will get back your contribution with interest. The honorable member elaborated his views, but what I pull from this, Madam Speaker, is that you don't lose. The workers win with us. And I like section 29. In section 32 to 36, special circumstances, if you are re-employed after the age of 62, pension payments pause until you retire again. If you retire early due to serious medical reason, or reasons, of course, with proof, you can still get your pension. You win with us, Madam Speaker. If you are not eligible for a pension or gratuity, your contributions with interest will be refunded. I heard the honorable member opposite was talking, but I believe this is a small portion of what they would have put in. So I think God would honor that, Madam Speaker. And the last section that I wish to highlight, section 55, contributions during leave of absence. And I agree with the honorable member opposite that after the passage, the safe passage of this bill, we must do an education campaign. Because if you are on bullet point 1, if you are on unpaid leave, no deductions are made. If you are on educational leave with pay, you must still contribute the 3% of your salary. If you don't return to work after leave, the time off won't count toward your pension. And the last section, if you do return to work, the leave can count as pensionable time, but only if you work for the same amount of time as the leave. So I'm not a lawyer, but I'm interpreting it, Madam Speaker. If your leave is 3 years and you come back and you work the 3 years, you win with us, Madam Speaker. So in wrapping up, Madam Speaker, I am extremely happy and proud to be a part of this A team. A good team, an honest team, a united team, and one that will continue to champion the cause for the ordinary workers of this federation and continue to power progress in every aspect. So at the end of it, the people will win, Madam Speaker. May it please you.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 1, second of the bill. He can't wrap up, he's not over. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make a contribution to the bill before this honourable House, the Pensions Amendment Bill, a significant piece of legislation for the workers, and in particular the government workers here in St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to first commend the hard work of all of our auxiliary workers over the many years and decades, and the service that they have given to this country, to this government, and to our national development. Many of them are here in the audience today, in the gallery, and there are many also downstairs. And I want you to know that for you downstairs and for you in the gallery, we're going to take a moment after we take a break for lunch to come and greet you, to extend our well wishes to you on this significant achievement where you, the government auxiliary workers of the government, are now entitled to a pension just like any other government appointed worker. And gratuity. Pension and gratuity. It is important to note, because this is something that has always plagued the government service, where people are fighting and jostling to get appointed in the service because they want the benefits of becoming appointed in the service. And as you know, the service has limited appointed positions, and the government auxiliary workers were meant to act as auxiliary services to those appointed positions. And so every week, every month, every day, workers are jostling and toggling, and I should get that last position that is there, because when I retire, I want to have a pension. Now, there is no need for that fight anymore. As long as you contribute your service to the government of St. Kitts and Nevis for the stipulated times in this bit of legislation, you are now guaranteed a pension. So to all the workers in public works, the carpenters, the masons, the many persons who fixing so many of our roads right now, they are at Southwell Drive, up by Honorable Member for number 1. And then they're going to George Street. Then they're going up to Trafalgar. Then they're going down to Sandy Point. Then they're going to Boyd's. Then they're going to New Road. Then they're going to Clico. Then they're going to, I could go on and on. Then they're going to Halfway Tree. Then they're going, yeah, oh, you mean? All over they're going. For all of those who work in night and day as an auxiliary worker, you don't have to worry about this appointment for the last position that's available. You now qualify and are guaranteed a pension. And what's important as well, because the member opposite highlighted, that the persons who are eligible are persons who would have had to work for 15 years and also contributed for 15 years. But I confirmed with the Attorney General and the legislation that that is going forward. Going forward. So those who exist now qualify for your pension once you meet the years. Going forward, that is very important. So I want to commend all of those, as I said, in public works, in water services department. Every morning, 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., we have young men going up into the mountains, thousands, 1,500 feet above sea level, 2,000 feet above sea level, to go and check on the water sources to ensure that even though it's limited now and greatly reduced, that they're going there every week to check on our sources, walking in treacherous areas, and you are a government auxiliary worker, you're guaranteed a pension when you decide to retire or when you reach your age of 62. All of those workers, the persons at VMD, Vehicle Maintenance Division, I said roads already, those at the quarry, all of you now at Public Works, all of you in the Ministry of Infrastructure, you now qualify for a pension. That is a significant milestone for the workers of St. Kitts and Nevis. And it goes beyond that, of course, in the other ministries. The Prime Minister spoke about the crossing guards, many of whom are from my own constituency, the cooks, the cleaners, those who may sweep the drains, everybody, every Tutmun and Sam and Bagaito?
Bagaito.
What you say? And Samantha? And Samantha. Everybody guaranteed a pension. Now it is important to note something the member opposite also said, that, you know, we would want to maybe frame this sometimes in a political way. Let me make clear that this is a political decision to act on behalf of the workers of this country. It's a political decision. And it is the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administrations, over its 93 years of existence, who has always made the political decisions in the interests of the working class of this federation. Has always been. Has always been. Everything you can think about, any major milestone for workers, I almost guarantee you, every single one of them were made under a St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration. This is a political decision to attend to a political mandate that was given to this particular administration. And I just want to take, before I complete the political synopsis, I want to just have a quick look at some of the very important parts of this legislation. I won't spend too long because I think the mover of the bill, and I must congratulate the mover of the bill, the Honorable Prime Minister and member for constituency number 8, who of course has been adamant and championing this push since we got to office just about 2.5 years ago. What we have before us in this amendment bill is now a bill that allows persons to contribute to the bill. I heard the member opposite as well, from member from number 9, mentioned about whether there should be consideration of refunding the contributed part from the employee if they decide to leave. Now, I've come from private sector, and even my pension plan then, in the modern setup of how the pension plan is, the employee contributes, and if I break the pension for any reason, I get back what I put in. I don't get what the company put in, but I get back what I put in. And I think that that is the modern framework of many pension schemes around the globe. It is different slightly from Social Security because Social Security is a national social mandate to protect all among us. This is an employer-to-employee relationship that is saying, I am going to put something towards your pension. Join me in putting a bit more so that I can invest more. But if you have to go, you're not going to get what I put in for you. I can give you back yours, and we move on. And I think that the actuary reports and studies and analysis will show that this was actually the way in which to do it to ensure that it was sustainable, to now have the employee be able to contribute. And this government was extraordinarily considerate of that. And why it was important, in preparation for this time, to increase the salaries of the employees by 8%. Initially, the intent was to increase by 5%, but we said no, we're going to increase by 8%, so that the 3% that is to go towards your contribution, you're not going to feel it. You're not going to feel it, because your salary would have been increased by 8%, and 3% of that will be put into your contributory plan portion, and you will get the 5%. But what's even more important about how this is now set up is the same idea that member of number 9 spoke of, where you're not losing any of it at all, because you're getting the same full 8% increase and any other increase you're going to get, because the 3% which you put in is yours. And you'll get it back if you start working today, and unfortunately have to leave next month, you get back your 3%. So it's now a contributory plan, which makes it much more financially stable and sustainable so that it can last forever. Importantly, as I mentioned, it now extends to persons who were previously ineligible to benefit from the pension scheme or pension plan, and that would be our auxiliary workers. It regulates how the pension payments and gratuities are made. It is clearly defined, the eligibility criteria, which ensures consistency and which ensures predictability. It establishes the fund so that we can now invest. And I think the Accountant General is the manager of the fund, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. AG.
Accountant General, yes.
Accountant General. So they are responsible for ensuring that this fund is properly managed and that it will give a return on your investment. So you're going to now find the best places, wherever they exist, to put those funds to sit down, so that every year, 3%, 4%, however much percent you can get return on your investment. Like how modern pension funds work. So you put in the money, your contribution goes in, the government contribution goes in while you're working, that money is growing for you. I always say that we need to, and that is why I'm so pleased about the Aspire program. We need to learn how money, passive money, works for you while you're sitting down, as small as it may be. $20 put down for 20 years in a compound interest account with 3 or 4% gives you maybe 5 or 6 times that amount of money. A lot of multiplication if you know how to invest, and that is what a pension plan allows to do. So it establishes a dedicated pension fund to manage the contributions, and also it moves the retirement age to 62. Of course, persons have the option, if you don't want to wait until 62 right now, you can decide to stay on what is the existing plan, and you would leave at 55. So, Madam Speaker, without trying to be too long, those are the general benefits of the pension plan, and it is obviously an attempt to make the fund sustainable and paying pensions something that we can depend on. Prime Minister spoke about all of the other benefits, where if you had made your maximum number of contributions to Social Security, and you would have made your maximum or your minimum requirement to meet the criteria for pension in the government, you can effectively go home with 100% of your salary when you retire at age 62. That is important, because the Prime Minister and all of us in the Cabinet believe that people must be able to age with dignity, to retire with dignity, and not be concerned about what I will do when I hit 62. So this is a very, very, very important day in our federation. Now, I said I wanted to complete the political context, Because oftentimes when these things are done that are so monumental, we sometimes forget how it is we got here. We take it for granted. We take for granted that there were slaves at one point who had no rights. They had no say over themselves, their body, their family, where they live, what they eat. They were torn away from their own families. They died. They traversed across a treacherous Atlantic, never to see their family again. And because we didn't live it, sometimes we take for granted what it took to end those kind of things. Same thing we do. We feel and we are entitled to vacation every year when we work. That if you work a certain amount of time, you need a certain amount of time off. We take for granted that you should only work for a certain someone can only force you to work for a certain hours, not force you, but you can work for a certain amount of hours a day. And you can't be forced to work for more than that. We take for granted that somebody had to stand up to an existing system to ensure that those things became reality. Or else we could just continue with the status quo. We take for granted that in 1932, when the workers at Buckley's estate wanted an increase of the bare minimum, that they marched around St. Kitts to gather support and tell Mr. Durbridge on Buckley's estate that we are working, we work hard through the Christmas, we ain't get nothing, we ain't get no bonus, we ain't get nothing, we ain't get no goat water, nothing at all. And it took people to stand up, or else that would remain the status quo. We take those things for granted. We take for granted that people were going to work for government or private sector and not be guaranteed any subsistence after they would have retired, resigned, or asked to leave. We have taken those things for granted. But in all of those situations, it was a St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party that stood along with the workers to change what was the status quo at that time. And so when it became apparent that it was not the right thing to continue having government auxiliary workers, non-established workers, I think they were called then, to continue to provide the service which was perhaps originally intended to just be auxiliary services, to be separated from approved and established workers, it became apparent to the Dr. Douglas-led administration that this was an important change that needed to happen. And they started the work. And in 2012, a piece of legislation was passed. And then efforts were made to operationalize that. But people forget that while that administration at the time was still focused on the workers' rights and normalizing and standardizing how we treat all government workers, there was treachery in the camp right after 2012 that sought to distract some of the important work that was ongoing. And in fact, in 2014, an argument was made by the member from number 7 that if the bill was passed in 2012, that the administration of the day should have already done what they needed to do to fix the situation. In 2014, that argument was made. It was made to say that 2 years was enough time and that you should get rid of an administration at the time because they had not fulfilled the commitment to regularize the government auxiliary workers. 2 years was too short for the member for number 7 in 2014. And the people believed. I remember, I'm not going to call the guy's name or I'm not going to describe him. He's from your constituency, honorable member for number 4. Because if I describe him, everybody going to know who he be, because he's a very obvious fellow. And he told me that the reason he rallied people against a Labour administration in 2015 was because the administration had promised. And the member from number 7 said that he's going to do it and that they are not going to do it. Although all the plans were there. I think if the administration had continued in 2015, that is the year it would have come into being. That's correct, member from number 6?
Correct.
That is the year this would have been effectuated, 2015.
That is correct.
But you see, there are some among us who seem to only know politics. They only see politics as a transactional endeavor. And so they're going to make the case that you need to choose me over those who are there. But when they get there, what do? They find another system in which to keep the people dependent on them, but with no independence. So, what was it called then? The subsistence program? PAP?
PAP.
Yes. PAP, that doesn't go towards nothing for you. It's just a cash transfer. If you leave, somebody could decide to take it away. It was not based in any legislation. It was not protected by any law.
And your dog could get it.
And your dog could get it. Nothing that will ensure your sustainability as you age with dignity. That was the focus then, to ensure that people had to come to your door. This legislation establishes this thing as a right. But then, the member from number 7 wanted to ensure that people had to come knocking on the door of somebody to kneel down to get some assistance. And while I cannot discuss cabinet decisions or discussions, we can certainly talk about what has been brought before the cabinet. And the record will show, as I have in my hand here, that the only time that this issue became a hot button issue in the last administration was just before an election. So in February of 2020, when was the election after February 2020? June?
June 5th.
Yes, February 25th, 2020. That is when there was a major hiccup about the new contributory pension plan. That's 5 years after the election of 2015, 2020. Big thing, how regarding operationalizing thing. I guess COVID hit, that's the excuse and so on. The election happened. They were able to lock down the country. I remember, member from number 6 and myself, we could be in a room with 25 people, and they could be in a, you were there? They could be in a a Marriott with hundreds of people. They could be out on the road delivering care packages, while I couldn't even go outside my gate. You see, and they used to have people to follow us too, you know. Used to have people to follow us as members of parliament then. So just before the 2020 election, all of a sudden, the contributory pension plan becomes a hot topic. Okay, so the election was won by them again in June of 2020. So when again do you think that it became a hot button issue? Take a guess. No. No. A hot button issue, I say, you know. Hot button. And remember, don't forget that in 2014, we were told by the member from number 7 that 2 years was more than enough time to get it resolved. So now we at 5 years in 2020. Then, the member for number 11, the member for number 11, the member for number 10, the member for number 9, the member for number 5, the member for number 2 then got fired in 2022. Sorry, I'm not intentionally reminding you, but I'm just doing it to make the point. Huh? Yes. So they were fired. So they don't even know when this became another hot button issue. Because they weren't there. They weren't there. When was the election of 2022? August 5th?
Yes. 4 days before.
August 5th? No, man. August 5th?
Yes, August 5th.
The next time a 3-member cabinet decided that the pension thing was an important thing was July of 2022. The parliament done dissolve, people done fire, election done call, and that is when the cabinet, 11 July 2022, and this doesn't say that this was there at the 11th. That to come after the 11th, because this is the date of the document. 11 July 2022.
They even have a quorum then?
I don't think that they have no quorum. No quorum. And in that, it is referring to the last time they deal with it, on Monday, 24th February 2020.
No more details.
No more details? Okay. No more details. The point is that we cannot take for granted that this is a political decision to get it done. There was nothing stopping the member from number 7 in 2015 from effectuating and operationalizing the 2012, which was the intent of the government at the time. And I know Dr. Douglas, the member from number 6, would probably say, well, I should have just do it one time and done, and, instead of 7.5 years stringing the auxiliary workers of the government along and did not deliver. Let the record show that in 2.5 years, a number of things was done by this government. Not just this, is the culmination. And we learned a lesson too. Remember, Dr. Douglas had the legislation 2012 and didn't operationalize it yet because we had to go and put some things in place. Well, now we said, no. We ain't gonna get catch like that again. So the people must know that we have done all the work now in 2.5 years. So that on which day? Friday coming, this new bill is operational. No more waiting. And so we did all the things that we need to do to ensure that this was going to be operationalized when we pass it in Parliament. Can't wait. That's the good thing I like about this Nevis Labour Party, you know. We learn because we want to do better each time. Wherever we fall short, we learn. We know that sometimes we will not get it right. But we have learned. And that is why I feel so grateful, as the member for number 1 said, to be a part of the A team, because we have both youth and experience.
Not a youth.
Weighing on our old people, just youth and experience. In fact, the person who's supposed to have the most numbers behind the age is the person with the most energy in the cabinet. You didn't see how we walk in the Parliament this morning?
Brisk.
Brisk, with a big smile.
And he come on the right side this time.
So we cannot take for granted, Madam Speaker. We cannot take for granted, Madam Speaker, the extraordinary will and the political will to get this done. Number of things were done. As soon as we got in, we realized the discrepancy with the gratuity that was paid, where for whatever reason I don't understand, where the gratuity was reduced for the government auxiliary workers. I mean, what's the rationale for that? I don't know. That one kerfuffles me. I think that's a term they use in Barbados. Kerfuffle me. We corrected that right away. Persons were able to get their balance that was owed to them. And many a times, different people, the important persons in government, came to our cabinet to explain exactly how this would work. I leave the Prime Minister to call out the names. But obviously, persons who are responsible for the civil service, are responsible for the treasury and so on, made presentation after presentation, back and forth. This is what we need to do. You have to make sure you understand this. Don't forget we have to look for these people. Don't forget we have to protect these people. Don't forget this. What about that? And so we are pleased to be a part of this process. And the record must show that it is a St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration that has once again delivered for the workers of this country. So now we have a situation where the government service has been leveled. There is no more you are appointed, you are auxiliary, so you stay over there and you stay over there. Everybody in the same pot. Everybody in the same pot. So when you're working, nobody could show off on you. No PS or no junior clerk could show off on you and say, I gave me pension, you know. You just watch them, I gave me pension too. With respect, of course. Nobody could show off on you now. I get me pension and I get me gratuity. This is going to be, sometimes we don't understand the magnitude of certain decisions that we make until later down the road. This is a life-changing. And for some persons who are listening who may not be auxiliary workers, who may be in good jobs, sometimes they can't appreciate what it means to collect a little extra $100, a little extra $200, $300, whatever it may be, based on what you were working for. Sometimes they can't appreciate what it means for hundreds of people to get that extra $400 or $500, as I said, whatever it might be, $1,000, whatever the pension may be. And so I'm so happy for them. And I'm so happy that when they come to see me, when I meet them now, they're not going to be asking me, Lord, when I could get an appointment. I want to retire. There's a particular guy at Public Works Man, I felt sorry for him. And the thing is, when he came to my office, I know that we are discussing this in cabinet and they're presenting to me. I know that his future looks bright. But I can't say too much yet. So he's there and he's paining, and I'm saying, look, I am telling you, we are working on something to ensure that you are going to be able to retire well. Just bear with me. I can't say exactly yet, but you're going to find out. He used to call me on the phone all the time. He would get upset. Somebody had gotten appointed in a position that he would have liked to get appointed to. He said he brought all his qualifications as a tradesman, that he get this certificate here, he get this certificate there. Why is it that he won't be able to go home with a pension and so on, etc.? Met me a number of times before we made this announcement. Since we have made the announcement about GAE workers getting a pension, we had another meeting. His heart is eased now. You don't have to come back because he's now guaranteed not only a full gratuity, but also a full pension because he has enough years. And so I want to again commend the mover of the bill, the Honourable Member for Constituency number 8, and our distinguished Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, for bringing this bit of legislation to this Honourable House, the Pensions Amendment Bill. Commend the Cabinet of Ministers for their overwhelming support, and all of the civil servants who participated in this exercise to ensure that this becomes a reality for the thousands of workers that it will impact, over 10% of the whole national workforce. I want to thank the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration to serve in this type of way. And that is why there is a day like Labour Day. Not for Labour Party Day, no, a Workers' Day. And if it is one thing that any worker, especially a government auxiliary worker, should be willing and should be excited to go out and celebrate, is this new pension arrangement. And so I want to invite everyone who has been affected, and by extension, whoever for you has been affected, to come out in solidarity with the workers of this country to celebrate this achievement that you know have been termed an equal person in the government service. You could wear whatever color you want to wear. Just ready solidarity to workers, just so you know. Yes. But you could wear whatever you want to wear. Nevisians could come down, we don't care. On that day, we are marching on behalf of workers. And this bill is a good thing. And I'm really disappointed that the member from number 7, by the way, we usually get 7 days notice for Parliament. This particular Parliament, the notice was longer than that. So nobody can tell me that they ain't know that we were doing this today. Nobody can tell me that. Who could? No, nobody can tell me that. So I am disappointed that the member from number 7 is not here to defend why after 7.5 years there was not enough political will to make this happen, and for him to hear why on this side we have the political will to act on behalf of the workers of this country. And so with these a little bit more than few words, the persons downstairs and outside, I'm going to beg leave of the speaker, because it's now close to 1 o'clock. for us to break for some lunch after my presentation. And we're going to go downstairs so that we could commiserate, that's the right word, right? With you, celebrate with you. Downstairs for this monumental achievement. So I want to thank, again, this Parliament for considering this bill, thank the mover of the bill, thank the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, thank the workers for their extraordinary service and continued service, thank the colleagues on the government side and also those on the opposition who have lent their support to this bill. And may what I've said be pleasing to you, Madam Speaker, and may this bill journey successfully through this honourable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we would suggest at this point that we break for lunch and we will then engage with the gallery upstairs and downstairs to celebrate this moment of the potential passing of the bill.
I was about to say that.
Potential passing of the bill, but we have every confidence that it will journey safely in the honourable. So I'm suggesting a lunch break at the moment.
Well, seconder?
I second the motion, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. Members, there is a motion on the floor for us to break for lunch at this time. It is the usual hour. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned. Wait. About an hour. 2. We resume at 2, promptly at 2. House is adjourned until 2 p.m.
Since August 2022, Your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access from Pogson to JNF with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into Lift. And we're putting real money in people's hand through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if right there, you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
This is about medicine, about easing pain, about restoring dignity, about offering hope.
Just as ginger has been used for stomach pain, aloe for burns and skin irritations, moringa for boosting your immune system, so too must cannabis be recognized for what it is, another plant in nature's medicine cabinet.
There is now a legal pathway. There is now a regulatory regime to ensure the quality of the product. which you are purchasing. There's the possibility of persons getting licenses to have lounges, which we see in Jamaica and St. Vincent and Antigua. We need to follow the rules and the laws carefully.
We are balanced by the responsibility to be firm against cannabis abuse and to uphold and support the laws, policies, and national efforts that seek to ensure that cannabis does not get into the hands of the vulnerable.
By learning from the journeys of others, we have been able to craft an approach that is thoughtful, strategic, and uniquely our own. Today, we step forward with confidence, building a foundation for a vibrant, well-regulated industry that will serve our people, strengthen our national economy, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a model of innovation and a model of integrity.
The organization of Rastafari in Unity will no doubt be thankful to the government of today for their courageous and their bold move in making those steps in order to rectify some of the wrongs, to stay in line with the Constitution. And as such, we want to give praises to the government at this point.
I'm happy to note that our farmers will become stalwarts of this industry and stewards of wellness. Our researchers, guardians of discovery, and our citizens, the soul of this transformation. This is not about chasing trends. This is about shaping legacies. It is about restoring our bond with the land and the core and soul of our people. And through wisdom, through science, and through respect, let us walk boldly into this new chapter.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access, from Pogson to JNF, with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into LIFT. And we're putting real money in people's hand through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if right there you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
The Ministry of Public Infrastructure through the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is extremely pleased for the signing ceremony today, which signals the official ceremony that provides a loan to the government of St. Kitts and Nevis by the Taiwan ICDF. As a government and as a ministry, we recognize the significant challenges that we have faced with the scarcity of water in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and this would have led to today's ceremony. The government has started a robust project in terms of ensuring that we return the Federation to 24-hour clean, potable water, and the government, however, is currently doing a 2 million gallon per day desalination plant in the Bastia area. It's quite an expensive undertaking, and so we are glad that the partners from Taiwan would have consented to assist us in this great undertaking. Indeed, we are extremely delighted of what is happening today, and the ministry looks forward to, of course, the continued partnership that we would have forged a few years ago with Taiwan. You are indeed a significant partner, and we are particularly happy for today's exercise.
This signing between the government of St. Kitts and Nevis and the International Cooperation and Development Fund, ICDF, of Taiwan represents a major leap forward in our national journey, as it makes available a loan facility of up to $13 million to complete the construction of Bastia desalination plant, which is already underway. Real transformation comes with collaboration, and our partnership with Taiwan has once again proven invaluable. Through the ICDF and across sectors like agriculture, healthcare, ICT, and now water, Taiwan continues to be a true development partner, helping us not as beneficiaries, but as equals. And so I want to thank the government and people of Taiwan and Ambassador Lin for their continued partnership, and of course to extend this to ICDF. From the start of this administration, we have been committed to tackling water insecurity head-on. We've conducted system-wide audits, repaired aging infrastructure, and integrated smart technology. But we knew the long-term solution had to be bold, and this plant is part of that solution. This government continues to power forward, addressing the social aches being faced by our people. And with every step, we remain resilient, independent, and future ready. And so I would say that this facility will surely bring great easement to our people. And I finally say thanks again to Taiwan, thanks to the Ministry of Finance, represented here, the Ministry of Infrastructure, and thanks to the Minister Conway Maynard in his absence for his hard work on this one. And this collaboration is truly proven to be worthwhile and beneficial to all of us involved, both the people and government of St. Kitts and Nevis and the people and government of Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access. From Pogson to Jena, with trained professionals and modern equipment, care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into Lift. And we're putting real money in people's hands through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if I did it, you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access from Pogson to Jena with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into Lift, and we're putting real money in people's hands through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, day by day, you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
This is about medicine, about easing pain, about restoring dignity, about offering hope.
Just as ginger has been used for stomach pain, aloe for burns and skin irritations, moringa for boosting your immune system, so too must cannabis be recognized for what it is, another plant in nature's medicine cabinet.
There is now a legal pathway. There is now a regulatory regime to ensure the quality of the product which you are purchasing. There's the possibility of persons getting licenses to have lounges, which we see in Jamaica and St. Vincent and Antigua. We need to follow the rules and the laws carefully.
We are balanced by the responsibility to be firm against cannabis abuse and to uphold and support the laws, policies, and national efforts that seek to ensure that cannabis does not get into the hands of the vulnerable.
By learning from the journeys of others, we have been able to craft an approach that is thoughtful, strategic, and uniquely our own. Today, we step forward with confidence, building a foundation for a vibrant, well-regulated industry that will serve our people, strengthen our national economy, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a model of innovation and a model of integrity.
The organization of Rastafari in Unity will no doubt be thankful to the government of today for their courageous and their bold move in making those steps in order to rectify some of the wrongs, to stay in line with the Constitution, and as such, we want to give praises to the government at this point.
I'm happy to note that our farmers will become stalwarts of this industry and stewards of wellness. Our researchers, guardians of discovery, and our citizens, the soul of this transformation. This is not about chasing trends. This is about shaping legacies. It is about restoring our bond with the land and the core and soul of our people. And through wisdom, through science, and through respect, let us walk boldly into this new chapter.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access, from Pogson to JNF, with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into LIFT, and we're putting real money in people's hands through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if I did, you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
Haven't done it as yet? Please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access. From Pogson to JNF, with trained professionals and modern equipment, care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into LIFT, and we're putting real money in people's hand through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, get ready, then you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
This is about medicine, about easing pain, about restoring dignity, about offering hope.
Just as ginger has been used for stomach pain, aloe for burns and skin irritations, moringa for boosting your immune system, so too must cannabis be recognized for what it is, another plant in nature's medicine cabinet.
There is now a legal pathway. There is now a regulatory regime to ensure the quality of the product which you are purchasing. There's the possibility of persons getting licenses to have lounges, which we see in Jamaica and St. Vincent and Antigua. We need to follow the rules and the laws carefully.
We are balanced by the responsibility to be firm against cannabis abuse and to uphold and support the laws, policies, and national efforts that seek to ensure that cannabis does not get into the hands of the vulnerable.
By learning from the journeys of others, we have been able to craft an approach that is thoughtful, strategic, and uniquely our own. Today, we step forward with confidence, building a foundation for a vibrant, well-regulated industry that will serve our people, strengthen our national economy, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a model of innovation and a model of integrity.
The organization of Rastafari in Unity will no doubt be thankful to the government of today for their courageous and their bold move in making those steps in order to rectify some of the wrongs, to stay in line with the Constitution. And as such, we want to give praises to the government at this point.
I'm happy to note that our farmers will become stalwarts of this industry and stewards of wellness. Our researchers, guardians of discovery, and our citizens, the soul of this transformation. This is not about chasing trends. This is about shaping legacies. It is about restoring our bond with the land and the core and soul of our people. And through wisdom, through science, and through respect, let us walk boldly into this new chapter.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access, from Pogson to JNF, with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into Lift. And we're putting real money in people's hands through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if I did, you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
The Ministry of Public Infrastructure through the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is extremely pleased for the signing ceremony today, which signals the official ceremony that provides a loan to the government of St. Kitts and Nevis by the Taiwan ICDF. As a government and as a ministry, we recognize the significant challenges that we have faced with the scarcity of water in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and this would have led to today's ceremony. The government has started a robust project in terms of ensuring that we return the Federation to 24-hour clean, potable water. And the government, however, is currently doing a 2 million gallon per day desalination plant in the Bastia area. It's quite an expensive undertaking. And so we are glad that the partners from Taiwan would have consented to assist us in this great undertaking. Indeed, we are extremely delighted of what is happening today, and the ministry looks forward to, of course, the continued partnership that we would have formed a few years ago with Taiwan. You are indeed a significant partner, and we are particularly happy for today's exercise.
This signing between the government of St. Kitts and Nevis and the International Cooperation and Development Fund, ICDF, of Taiwan represents a major leap forward in our national journey, as it makes available a loan facility of up to $13 million to complete the construction of Bastia desalination plant, which is already underway. Real transformation comes with collaboration, and our partnership with Taiwan has once again proven invaluable. Through the ICDF and across sectors like agriculture, healthcare, ICT, and now water, Taiwan continues to be a true development partner, helping us not as beneficiaries, but as equals. And so I want to thank the government and people of Taiwan and Ambassador Lin for their continued partnership and of course to extend this to ICDF. From the start of this administration, we have been committed to tackling water insecurity head-on. We've conducted system-wide audits, repaired aging infrastructure, and integrated smart technology. But we knew the long-term solution had to be bold, and this plant is part of that solution. This government continues to power forward, addressing the social aches being faced by our people. And with every step, we remain resilient, independent, and future-ready. And so I would say that this facility will surely bring great easement to our people. And I finally say thanks again to Taiwan, thanks to the Ministry of Finance, represented here, the Ministry of Infrastructure, and thanks to the Minister Conway Maynard in his absence for his hard work on this one. And this collaboration is truly proven to be worthwhile and beneficial to all of us involved, both the people and government of St. Kitts and Nevis and the people and government of Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access from Pogson to Jena. With trained professionals and modern equipment, care is now within reach. We're building smart homes, we restructured PAP into LIFT, and we're putting real money in people's hand through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if I did it, you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access from Pakistan to JNF with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into LIFT, and we're putting real money in people's hands through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if I did you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
This is about medicine, about easing pain, about restoring dignity, about offering hope.
Just as ginger has been used for stomach pain, aloe for burns and skin irritations, moringa for boosting your immune system, so too must cannabis be recognized for what it is, another plant in nature's medicine cabinet.
There is now a legal pathway. There is now a regulatory regime to ensure the quality of the product which you are purchasing. There's the possibility of persons getting licenses to have lounges, which we see in Jamaica and St. Vincent and Antigua. We need to follow the rules and the laws carefully.
We are balanced by the responsibility to be firm against cannabis abuse and to uphold and support the laws, policies, and national efforts that seek to ensure that cannabis does not get into the hands of the vulnerable.
By learning from the journeys of others, we have been able to craft an approach that is thoughtful, strategic, and uniquely our own. Today, we step forward with confidence, building a foundation for a vibrant, well-regulated industry that will serve our people, strengthen our national economy, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a model of innovation and a model of integrity.
The organization of Rastafari in Unity will no doubt be thankful to the government of today for their courageous and their bold move in making those steps in order to rectify some of the wrongs, to stay in line with the Constitution, and as such, we want to give praises to the government at this point.
I'm happy to note that our farmers will become stalwarts of this industry and stewards of wellness. Our researchers, guardians of discovery, and our citizens, the soul of this transformation. This is not about chasing trends. This is about shaping legacies. It is about restoring our bond with the land and the core and soul of our people. And through wisdom, through science, and through respect, let us walk boldly into this new chapter.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info. If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access from Pogson to JNF with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into LIFT, and we're putting real money in people's hands through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, if I did then you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
This is about medicine, about easing pain, about restoring dignity, about offering hope.
Just as ginger has been used for stomach pain, aloe for burns and skin irritations, moringa for boosting your immune system, so too must cannabis be recognized for what it is, another plant in nature's medicine cabinet.
There is now a legal pathway. There is now a regulatory regime to ensure the quality of the product which you are purchasing. There's the possibility of persons getting licenses to have lounges, which we see in Jamaica and St. Vincent and Antigua. We need to follow the rules and the laws carefully.
We are balanced by the responsibility to be firm against cannabis abuse and to uphold and support the laws, policies, and national efforts that seek to ensure that cannabis does not get into the hands of the vulnerable.
By learning from the journeys of others, we have been able to craft an approach that is thoughtful, strategic, and uniquely our own. Today, we step forward with confidence, building a foundation for a vibrant, well-regulated industry that will serve our people, strengthen our national economy, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a model of innovation and a model of integrity.
The organization of Rastafari in Unity will no doubt be thankful to the government of today for their courageous and their bold move in making those steps in order to rectify some of the wrongs, to stay in line with the Constitution. And as such, we want to give praises to the government at this point.
I'm happy to note that our farmers will become stalwarts of this industry and stewards of wellness. Our researchers, guardians of discovery, and our citizens, the soul of this transformation. This is not about chasing trends. This is about shaping legacies. It is about restoring our bond with the land and the core and soul of our people. and through wisdom, through science, and through respect, let us walk boldly into this new chapter.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Since August 2022, your government has been working relentlessly, not just to govern, but to transform, to restore trust, to build resilience, to power progress. Now, 2.5 years later, we reflect not on speeches, but on results. From day one, we changed the nation's course, reopening our borders, making college tuition free, and establishing the Children's Medical Fund. It was a new beginning, a new standard of leadership. We cut corporate taxes, raised the minimum wage, backed small businesses, taught financial literacy, and opened savings accounts for our youth. We revived tourism, welcomed new airlines, and hosted the world's largest cruise ships. This is a people-first economy. This is powering progress. In healthcare, we restored dignity and expanded access, from Pogson to JNF, with trained professionals and modern equipment. Care is now within reach. We're building smart homes. We restructured PAP into LIFT, and we're putting real money in people's hand through the Budget Boost wallet. Higher salaries, pensions, and bonuses. Protection is not charity, it's justice. Education is now truly accessible. We've introduced free tuition, reduced student loan rates, launched debt relief programs, and opened doors to global opportunities. In governance, we didn't talk, we acted. Over 30 progressive laws passed, constitutional and justice committees formed, and long overdue pensions delivered to public servants. We reignited our culture and invested in our youth through sports, carnivals, the creative economy, and new national stadiums. And we are preparing for tomorrow, investing in solar energy, cleaner water, local food production, and environmental education. A cleaner, greener St. Nevis is no longer a dream, it's on the way. Across all 7 pillars, this government continues to power progress, anchored in our bold commitment to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We're not just leading a country, we're building a future. The first half was about realignment. The second half is about finishing the assignment. So join us as we are powering agriculture, powering infrastructure, powering housing, powering tourism, powering social development, powering education, powering sports, powering creative economy, powering small businesses, powering healthcare, powering law and order, powering energy, powering ICT, powering environmental sustainability, powering progress.
Hold on tight, everybody just moving together like a star. Yes, everybody there, you know we go fall. United we go conquer it all.
Ministry of Public Infrastructure through the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is extremely pleased for the signing ceremony today, which signals the official ceremony that provides a loan to the government of St. Kitts and Nevis by the Taiwan ICDF. As a government and as a ministry, we recognize the significant challenges that we have faced with the scarcity of water in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and this would have led to today's ceremony. The government has started a robust project in terms of ensuring that we return the Federation to 24-hour clean, potable water. And the government, however, is currently doing a 2 million gallon per day desalination plant in the Bastia area. It's quite an expensive undertaking. And so we are glad that the partners from Taiwan would have consented to assist us in this great undertaking. Indeed, we are extremely delighted of what is happening today, and the ministry looks forward to, of course, the continued partnership that we would have forged a few years ago with Taiwan. You are indeed a significant partner, and we are particularly happy for today's exercise.
This signing between the government of St. Kitts and Nevis and the International Cooperation and Development Fund, ICDF, of Taiwan represents a major leap forward in our national journey, as it makes available a loan facility of up to $13 million to complete the construction of Bastia desalination plant, which is already underway. Real transformation comes with collaboration, and our partnership with Taiwan has once again proven invaluable. Through the ICDF and across sectors like agriculture, healthcare, ICT, and now water, Taiwan continues to be a true development partner, helping us not as beneficiaries, but as equals. And so I want to thank the government and people of Taiwan and Ambassador Lin for their continued partnership, and of course to extend this to ICDF. From the start of this administration, we have been committed to tackling water insecurity head-on. We've conducted system-wide audits, repaired aging infrastructure, and integrated smart technology. But we knew the long-term solution
House resumes. I recognize the honourable member for Nevis 11.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution this afternoon to the bill that is currently being debated, the Pension Amendment Bill 2025, and to say that I am pleased to stand here this afternoon as a parliamentarian. And you know, we have heard from those from the government side, or members from the government side, I must say, and indeed they have eloquently presented their case regarding this particular bill. And I support pretty much most of what they would have said before, because when I look at what is being discussed here today, I will say, Madam Speaker, that this bill, indeed it was said before, and I will reiterate that it is a historic bill. And it is not something that would have come about overnight. And those of us on this side of the House can speak of work that we would have done. Those on the other side, that's the government side, would speak of work they would have done since 2012, thereabout. And so it has been an ongoing process. And just as government is continuous, the work of government as well is continuous. And so someone would have had to bring it here at some point, and I congratulate the government side for doing so. But of course, it must not escape us that work has been done over the years. And I've been a part of a cabinet where this particular bill that is being debated now, or matters pertaining to it, would have been discussed back in 2020, thereabout. That being said, I'm not going to speak about the politics per se, but when I looked, Madam Speaker, at the gallery this morning, I saw a group of workers, government auxiliary workers, and I watched their faces, and I saw dedicated, hardworking, conscientious persons who, on a day-to-day basis, and night as well too, would have gone about their business in terms of providing a service to this country. And when I look at them, I didn't see anyone there that represent anyone who is rich. And when I say that, I mean these are persons who work hard for, in some cases, not a lot of money. So in terms of what we are seeking to establish here today, it is to provide them with some level of comfort and some level of financial security as they go into their latter years. I will dare say that these persons, the government auxiliary workers, are some of the most vulnerable among us. And somebody has to stand up for them, and someone has to be championing their cause. And thus, I must say, from the government side, I commend them, but as parliamentarians as well, I am happy that I am a part of this historic day. Some may say this is a watershed moment in the history of this country. And what that means is that we are at the point where we are putting in place things that will provide a secure future for them, and we're moving forward into a more solid, more secure future for those persons who will be affected. Madam Speaker, I want to say that this particular bill, as I just said, is meant to provide security, yes, but you know we are facing challenging times. And the challenging times that we face are faced by those of us on this side, on the government side, those out there, those who have it and those who don't have it. And what I mean by that is that sometimes we say some people have it, mean that they have lots of money, they have lots of resources they can rely on. But these government auxiliary workers, perhaps many of them would have been working over the years with a lot of stress on their minds. How am I going to provide for myself when I do retire? How am I going to provide for my family? And so this, I believe, this particular legislation that is being debated and will be passed today will certainly remove some of that stress level, I believe. It should. So if they have been working whether stress-free, then they should be free of stress going forward. They'll be stressed, yes, but what I mean is that they don't have to wonder whether I'll have a steady stream of monies coming in. I believe it was established that at this point some persons may just be seeking to get or will be getting just a social security pension, but no, this is an additional comfort for them, an additional source of income for them that they, or revenue for them that they can rely on. But I did say that as time goes by, things becomes more challenging. Yes, things become more challenging, of course. Cost of living is ever on the increase. Inflation is there to deal with, and other factors that affect us on a daily basis. And some of us have challenges coping with these difficulties, but I will say that government auxiliary workers, and in the case of Nevis, where you have what are called non-established workers, they too have challenges which sometimes are much greater than some of us who possibly have a little bit more resources. And I say a little bit more resources guardedly. I don't say it to indicate that we have so much money, but it's just that we have, well, all of us are millionaires in thoughts. All of us are millionaires in thoughts, but not necessarily in fact. But I suppose the point has been received that I will not, and none of us should expect the government auxiliary workers or non-established workers to be at the level of parliamentarians. And that is a fact. Let us not dismiss that in any way. So that is why I say that the challenges that they face, such as increased cost of living and so forth, are things that they'll have to cope with in their latter years. And of course, what is contemplated here should provide some comfort, yeah? So, Madam Speaker, I do believe that because of the fact that we are all living longer as well too, living longer, that is what the evidence has shown, they will have to have some comfort going into the future. And so this bill today will certainly ensure that they're able to live a longer, happier, and I suppose retire in such a way that there is a dignified environment that it can certainly live in. So I want to say, Madam Speaker, that this bill, let me go to the bill for a few things, just to highlight some of the important sections of this bill, without going too deeply into it, because I understand that there was some conversation that we should have some education carried out throughout the country in terms of highlighting the important aspects of this bill, so that those who are affected or impacted will certainly know exactly what is contemplated for them as the persons to benefit from this bit of legislation that is. Madam Speaker, let me look at section 50 of the bill, where the pension fund is to be established. And section 50 of the bill states that there is established a fund to be known as the pension fund, into which shall be paid all contributions, all interests, investments, or other income derived from the assets of the pension fund, all sums properly accruing in the pension fund under this act, and such other sums as may be provided from the consolidated fund for the purpose of this act. And as I see, this particular section that speaks of the consolidated fund, I know the mover of the bill would have said earlier, you can't lose. And I take you can't lose to mean that if there are any shortfalls or difficulties, the consolidated fund will kick in. That is what this is suggesting to me. But the part that I want to look at is the fact that this fund will be managed by the Accountant General. So the Accountant General will have responsibility to manage the fund, pay out and receive, and also in terms of investments, that falls in the purview of the Accountant General under this particular section. And I just want to not sound a warning or anything, but let us be cognizant of the fact that I've seen some investments over the years being made from funds that operated by or managed by the government. And there have been losses over the years, and I want us to be cognizant of that. One such difficulty and challenge that comes to mind is the British-American fiasco that happened some years ago, where there were some attractive interest rates out there and a lot of funds were placed into that particular investment program, and we know what the fallout has been over the years, and persons have suffered as a result. Persons have gone to the great beyond and never recovered anything from their investment. And I am saying not issuing a warning, but let us always be cognizant of the investments that we would seek to invest in with some of these funds that we are in charge of. And like I said, it's not a warning or anything, but I just want us to be cognizant of the history of the past and to ensure that the instruments that we seek to invest in are instruments that have that level of security to ensure that these funds are not put in such I should say put at risk, so that there are nothing there for our workers when it's all said and done. They would certainly rely on us for that. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe that all of the workers who are here today and all who are listening should indeed be overjoyed at this particular point in time where they have been looked after to the extent where they now have some security. I heard earlier this morning where they were invited to come and march for this particular, because of the passage of, or soon to be passage of this particular bill. And I say it's something good to march about, there's no doubt. Because, as was mentioned earlier as well, this is a bit of legislation which will become law. It is not like the years gone when persons were asked to come and march for the reduction of electricity, for example, which of course never happened. But this is going to happen once we get to the stage where it is asked for yea or nay. We intend to support it wholeheartedly from this side. And basically because across the Narrows we have already made all of the effort we could have based on policies we have adopted over there to protect and provide some guarantee to our non-established workers. And so we have no difficulty in supporting this particular bill today and to ensure that it gets passed and our government auxiliary workers are the recipient of our efforts as parliamentarians. And so, Madam Speaker, there is no need for me to tarry on for much longer, but I just want to wrap up by saying that this particular pension amendment bill 2025 is one that has been long overdue based on the conversations we have heard this morning, but also one that is of historic proportion such that we would want to have it passed today for it to be enacted and operationalized so that all people can be the beneficiary of our efforts as parliamentarians. And they would certainly be, I believe, happy that we have reached to this point where we can make life a little bit easier or somewhat easier for them. And I'm so happy for them. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I lend my support to this bit of legislation wholeheartedly, and it may please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 11. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lend my support to what I will call a restoration of dignity. Madam Speaker, allow me to stand in these halls and have it recorded that I was one who stood in righting a long-standing wrong, Madam Speaker. And we've heard it all debate that this has been a long overdue process and hopefully at the end of this outcome. Madam Speaker, the Pensions Amendment Bill 2025 marks a general shift for us in how we honor the people who serve this country We are talking about the nurses, Madam Speaker, the groundsmen that serve in my ministries, Madam Speaker, some of those who work in the ministries of agriculture, the security officers, the clerks, and a lot of our cleaners, Madam Speaker. Those people who give a lifetime of service to the public, and those that deserve a secure future when at the end, when the service ends. Madam Speaker, for us as an administration, we recognize that we can no longer leave thousands of our citizens, especially our government auxiliary employees, without safety and dignity of a guaranteed pension. You see, Madam Speaker, we have heard it all morning and even into the afternoon now that this will be considered an historic day for St. Kitts and Nevis. As we debate this bill and hopefully move towards its passing, while it delivers quite a bit, one of the things that I would highlight, especially as it considers, for me, some of the most vulnerable, the government auxiliary employees, is the equity that it brings. For the first time ever, Madam Speaker, these people would have the legal right to participate in the pension system. Madam Speaker, this is one that they can contribute to, and they could retire with dignity and receive the same recognition as any other public servant. We heard the member for number 3 speak on that. And we all face it as ministers, Madam Speaker, where our employees rush to be appointed. And there's never enough positions to appoint everyone. Here today we say to the general public, to people like Ms. Warner, you are now safe. You are now secure. And you can now retire in dignity when that time comes, and I hope it's not too soon, because we still need your service. Madam Speaker, if we be real, this piece of legislation is one of the most transformative social protection policies of our time. And I think the future will remember us well for standing in this hall to pass this. We have heard about the machinations of the past. I think the member from number 3 did an excellent job at putting that forward. But I'm focused on the future, Madam Speaker, because the past was already graded, and we have seen the outcome, which is why we are here on this side of the hall, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, while I don't wish to stand here very long because I think it was well ventilated, the mover did an excellent job, all the members did an excellent job in presenting the essence of this bill, I could not let today pass without standing and letting it be recorded that I support this movement. Not just for me personally, Madam Speaker, because it means a lot. But Madam Speaker, I want to speak on it from behalf of our good Labour Party and the Labour movement. It is the essence of our existence. It is our ethos to fight for the ordinary man and woman. And this marks us championing what has been the foundation of our party, workers' rights, equality. This is us championing the furtherance in the development of what we term the ordinary man and woman. And I could not let today pass without standing and lending my voice, my support to this bill, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, My joy in being a part of this A-team really presents itself through me looking at the work that is done by each minister in their departments. Because we work hard, Madam Speaker. And I know that I'm an extremely hard worker. And it's good when you know that you're an extremely hard worker, and when you look to the left or your right, everybody's working just as hard as you. That speaks volumes, Madam Speaker. And so this decisive move for us today, to move from a position of uncertainty to a position of structure, from a position of exclusion to a position of inclusion, from a position of unsustainable burdens to a position of shared responsibility, I welcome it with extreme joy. And so, now that I have put forward my own position, I have one thing to ask, Madam Speaker. May it please you, and I wish this bill safe passage to this honorable house.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 4. Is there another presenter? Yes. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 6.
I myself rise and join my colleagues in making my contribution as we debate the bill shortly entitled the Pensions Amendment Bill 2025, which would have had its first reading back on the 17th of April 2025, 1 week ago. 2 weeks ago, sorry. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said, and I don't really intend to repeat what my colleagues would have said, because I believe it all amounts to very strong support of this piece of legislation, which would have had different descriptive words used in order to show how important this legislation is in our continued development. One of the things I tend to do is try to put things into perspective, try to give it a historical background so that people would understand what it was that would have influenced the legislators and, I would say, the cabinet members in the cabinet that I once led, as to why we thought that revisiting the Pensions Act was going to be critically important as a landmark revisiting of our laws in order to put into legal frame what the government was thinking at that time. You would have heard that a bill was passed since 2012. And what is it that was happening in the country? What is it that was happening in the region and around the world at that particular time that would have influenced the government of the day to seriously consider looking at the Pensions Act? What is it that was happening in terms of the government's agenda for the reform of the public service that would have influenced us at that time to seriously think about bringing those persons who were commonly called non-established workers into the government public service so that they would be recognized for the part that they played in making the government functional and making the country progressive, that would have caused us to revisit this important Pensions Act. There was always confusion in people's mind as to why is it some people who work very hard, just like those who would have been appointed as civil servants, but they were being discriminated against. You would say they don't have appropriate qualifications, they may not have had the opportunity to complete their secondary education, much less primary education, much less secondary education. They could not be brought into the civil service proper because they could not be appointed, was the term that was commonly used. But what is it that was happening in the country, and as I said, in the region, that would make us believe that the same challenges that we face who were established public servants, that they too would face those same challenges as non-established workers. They work hard until age 60, 60 plus. Some of them worked until they basically dropped dead. Some of them, at the end of their life, would not have had anything put aside to even take care of a decent burial. So what is it that was impacting upon our minds that told us something had to be done differently? And so we, as part of the public sector reform agenda, realized that we had to do something with regard to this body of workers who were very, very reliable most of the times, and who really work hard to earn the few dollars that they went home with. I remember, as a member of the Monetary Council of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, that participated in discussions within the appropriate committee in the Monetary Council of the bank that looked at pension reform. There was a very, very strong view at that time that if you continued on the path that we were on, especially when our small islands here in the Eastern Caribbean were being impacted by the aftermath of climate change, hurricanes after hurricanes. When back in 2008, 2009, we experienced the trauma from the financial and economic crises, we found that we had to seriously look at what was happening with regard to the government's money, the taxpayers' money, in terms of remunerating the public servants who work to keep the government machinery going. And we were told after discussions that government could not sustain paying these large pensions to public servants, especially that they were non-contributory pensions. So government had to find the money from wherever in order to ensure that at the end of the period of service of a civil servant, they had to be given money in lump sum as a gratuity and afterwards monthly as a pension. And we were told that this was not sustainable. And many countries, I remember in particular Grenada was one of those, especially after the revolution, had basically changed its pension laws so that it was no longer as it was in St. Kitts and Nevis, where each civil servant was guaranteed his pension and his gratuity, especially in a non-contributory way. So changes were being made all around us, not only here in the Caribbean region, in St. Kitts and Nevis, but I'm sure around the world, when various attempts were made to put pensions of public servants into proper perspective and ensure that it becomes sustainable. One of the first things that we had done was to ensure that persons who would have reached the end of their working life, the non-established workers, that they at least, if they would have worked for 10 continuous years, they would have been qualified for a gratuitous payment at the end of that service. There was no question at that time about the pension for them. But just to make sure that we can demonstrate to them how important they were as a group of workers, giving their own support to what the government was seeking to do in building a proper public service, providing services to the citizens of the country, and at the same time being very conscious of developing and progressing the country for the benefit of all of us. At one time we introduced the examination for public servants, or persons who would never had the opportunity of passing exams out of school, even out of school could not pass, but were dedicated workers. And the PS at that time, the CPO, when we were structured, because they were not called CPO and so forth at those days, we called them head of establishment and that kind of thing, head of the establishment division. But Mrs. Whitaker, who came in during the time when we were making those changes, she became the chief personnel officer. Other officers were designated, and we said, well, why don't you conduct classes and see if you can bring those non-established workers to the point where they can be acceptable, they can show progress, and give them the opportunity to become appointed. And that was one of the first steps that we had done. Again, because we recognize the importance of the dignified work that they were doing. And then, of course, you know, we went into our own little crisis, economic and financial crisis. We had to go to the International Monetary Fund, and as soon as we saw the light of day, when the 3-year program was at an end, because remember what we had to do. We had to first bring our high debt down. 180% of GDP was our national debt. Not sustainable at all. So we had to enter into a debt reduction strategic plan with the IMF. And you would have heard members in those days try to beat Douglas and beat the Labour Party for going to the IMF. But that's why we are here today, because we did it successfully. We brought the national debt down from 170+% of GDP to 78 or 76% when we left office in 2015, no matter 3 years. And that is why, at that time, we said it was going to be important now to begin to enhance the livelihoods of our people who had slaved within the public service, all of them, all categories, doing all kinds of menial jobs. But we could go home with our big fat pension and gratuity at that. And they were just getting a little thing that we had created for them if they had served in the public service for 10 continuous years. And then some of them were having so much difficulty in getting the head of the department to sign off. Some of them died while waiting to get that. And so we put the appropriate legislation in place to ensure that things would be changed. So I'm very, very pleased that we have reached this point, because I think it was the member for number 3 who earlier today, and of course the Prime Minister as well, who alluded to those challenging moments that we experienced as a government determined to do better for the people of our country and ensuring that we would not have the benefit of going home and they cannot go home with anything. And so the piece of legislation was put in place for 2012. And let me tell you why we didn't go immediately to where it is today. One, we were always very cautious of where we had come from, especially in trying to manage the debt. The IMF was very careful in controlling and advising us how far we can go and at what speed we must go to that length of correcting what we felt was a wrong. By 2012, if you look at the public accounts, we began to see a turnaround in the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Sugar Industry Diversification Foundation was created back in 2004 or thereabout. We have the Marriott that had assisted us in successfully transitioning from an economy that was based on sugar agriculture to one of services, led in particular by hospitality services. We marketed the CBI program. It's been spoiled now by some people, but we marketed it successfully. Went around the world, spoke to the managers of private banks in Switzerland, in Hong Kong, all over the world, until people realized that something different was happening in the country. And we felt strongly that the time had come to empower those public servants. What we did not want to do, however, was to make them contribute. So the government took the decision, we'll pass the legislation, we will transition into it, but we wanted to make sure that we had enough money in the treasury to pay what would then be their contribution for the pension that will come later on. We undertook, we said we can't allow them, we can't touch their money. So the government was waiting for the point where it was going to be able to make a lump sum contribution for all of them. And then we move solidly into a contributory pension scheme. As time would have it, we went out of office in 2015. But as time would have it, Labour is back in power. A Labour government, therefore, has taken up its agenda, dusted it off, and here we are. Here we are, doing exactly what we thought was absolutely necessary for our people in moving them forward. So today is really a blessed day, when those who would have called upon us, who would have demonstrated their support in wanting the changes to take place in so many different ways, Today, we are saying to them, as was said by Friday, this bill is law, and they would be entitled to their pension. I want to basically say not much more than that, because I think the points would have been made. I think member for number 9 was able to examine some of the specific sections and brought to our attention some areas of what would be described as ambiguity. I believe that the debate so far has been very rich and very, very fruitful. And I know that the people of this country, I'm not talking about those who will march or not march, I'm not getting into that. But the people of this country would be grateful whether or not they march. They would be grateful for what we are doing in this parliament today. And what is so significant, it is not a case where the bill is being debated and there is hostility on one side and support on the other side. The whole House supports what we are seeking to do. I will not go into the political details as to why it was shelved after 2012, why it was abused and why Labour was being criticized, etc. I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into the reasons why it would take until now, when Labour is back in power, to do it. I'm not getting into that argument at all. All I would say is that the people of this country know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know that they were being fooled at one time, but they came to their senses. And that is why today, the public servants who have been affected by what will come out of this bill would forever be grateful to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party government. I want to thank my colleagues on this side and on the other side for supporting this piece of legislation, which is going to do wonders for our people. You see their faces downstairs earlier this afternoon. Joyful people, happy. Want to take pictures with you. What to the Madam Speaker? I'm sure you were there. You saw how they reacted. Joy on their faces and happiness in their voices. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. I rise to clarify, firstly, some matters that were raised from the benches opposite with respect to the technical aspects of the bill we're debating today, the Pensions Amendment Bill 2025. The first one I wish to address is the matter of gender neutrality. I think that's the politically correct way to say it. Member for number 2, is that how it should be done? Gender neutrality. So what we did during the lunchtime is we made the particular section, which is section 28.6, more gender neutral. What the section provided for: in 1947, when the law was first passed, there were situations where women in the service who got married, and because of their marriage, housewives, and no longer were in the service, they got special benefits. We are now 78 years later in a modern time where men and women are equal, and that situation, that social situation that pertained at that time is no longer the status quo. So we have amended the section to read that if a man gets married, or if a woman and leaves the service, he or she is not automatically entitled just because of leaving, because of marriage, to the pension. So we've made the section gender neutral. Madam Speaker, in respect of section 55(1), I also, when I read it, had a slight difficulty until I understood what it meant. Section 55(1) says that the contribution is not to be deducted from the salary of a person who is on leave without pay. So the natural assumption is, as I did as well as the member opposite for Nevis 9, how can there be a deduction without pay? But the point that is being made by section 55(1) is the state is not going to seek to obtain the 3% contribution from you in any way whilst you're away from the service on leave without pay. So in essence, 55(1), although an initial reading seems strange, it is not. It addresses a situation and clarifies that if you are on leave from the civil service without pay, then the state will not seek to get your 3% contribution in any other way. Madam Speaker, I also want to address the issue raised in respect of section 35, which is the refund provision. The member indicated that what is the, or asked the question, I should say, what is the situation where a person leaves the service prior to their 10-year milestone and is entitled to a refund? What if they leave on the basis of discipline? What if there was misconduct and they left the service in that regard? Whether it is by resignation prior to the determination by the Public Service Commission or termination by way of the Public Service Commission. But that question is answered in the Substantive Act in section 5.2, which says that the Governor General can withhold the pension from a person who, I'm going to use the exact language, Madam Speaker, just crave your indulgence. The exact language is, where it is established to the satisfaction of the Governor General that an officer has been guilty of negligence, irregularity, or misconduct, the pension, gratuity, or other allowance may be reduced or altogether withheld. So section 5.2 deals with that particular situation. Madam Speaker, I also want...
On a point, I'm just seeking...
I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just seeking, Honourable Attorney General, some clarity, because I see the reference to Section 5 of the Parent Act. But Section 35, to which I referred, actually speaks to refunds, not whether somebody's pension or gratuity will be withheld, but whether when somebody leaves the service, they are entitled to a refund of the entire amount. I think the member for number 3 sought to address it, but I'm just suggesting that the section to which you're now referring is not apropos.
Yes, I take the point, but I think the general statement, pension, gratuity, and any other allowances might cover the refund issue. But to be clear, what we can do, and I take the point that it could be arguable that the other allowances would not include the refund, given that refund is now introduced later, we can probably add an amendment to Section 5.2 of the Substantive Act, which says pensions, gratuities, refunds, or other allowances can be withheld, so that we can address that issue. But the point is well taken, Madam Speaker. I almost felt like I was in court for a second, Madam Speaker, which is good. The other point I wish to make and to clarify is that the amendment and the Substantive Act contemplate that gratuity and pension are payable. It's just that gratuity, you become eligible, and that's the key word, eligible for gratuity after 10 years. Meaning that if you achieve your 10-year milestone and you wish to move on, you can get your gratuity. And you become eligible for pension at 15 years, both of which are paid on your retirement from the service. So if you have achieved 35 years, for example, at that time you choose to retire, then you get your gratuity calculated for the time of 35 years that you've spent, and your pension at that 35-year milestone. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to those issues and to point out to the members opposite that we've circulated the proposed amendments, the ones of which I spoke with gender neutrality, and a correction to section 31 in relation to 2/3 and 2/5. And also, I wish to point out something that might not have been said before. There are now 3 categories of pensioners when this Pensions Act is passed, if it is passed successfully. They are the GAE workers, then there are the workers who entered in the service on or after May 18, 2022, and then there are 2012. And then there are the workers who entered the service prior to May 18, 2012, who now have an option to go to 62 years and enter this new system. If those persons choose not to opt in, then nothing changes in relation to their rights for pension and gratuity. They can retire at 55 under the same exact rules and principles that applied to them when they entered the service. But the key point is, this bill, if passed today, Madam Speaker, will be gazetted on Friday. Those persons, and I'm encouraging them, all who are hearing me right now, will have until June 30th, 2 months, to determine whether they choose to opt in to moving to 62, their retirement age is 62, and contributing from July 1st, or keeping the status quo, remaining as they are with their rights and obligations and so forth in the service. That is a very key day for those persons, Madam Speaker. I'm told it might be around 700 or so that need to make that determination, sit down with their families, go to their bankers, have some introspection, and make a decision whether they want to continue in the service after 55 until 62 and come into this new paradigm of the pension program, or the contributory pension program, or remain as non-contributory and retire at 55. So they have 60 days in which to make that decision, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted everyone to know that there is enough time for persons to sit down and determine what they want to do and whether they want to opt in to the contributory regime. Madam Speaker, I must end by saying that I'm also pleased to be part of history. When we come into this honorable house, we are fortunate and we're put here by the people that we all serve to do the best that we can do for them. And I don't think there is a better example, Madam Speaker, of doing the good that you can do for the most number of people than what we have done and debated and brought before this honorable house today. I am thankful to the hard-working task force. This was not easy, Madam Speaker. We had numerous meetings. I myself was in those meetings, some of those meetings. The head of the service being chair of the task force, the accountant general, the auditor general, the persons from the Treasury Department, the persons from the AGO, my team. I always tell people our drafting team is a team of 2.5, 2 draftspersons and me being the half. And we put a lot of work into getting these things done. So I must give credit where credit is due, Madam Speaker, and thank them. Today is a historic day, and I want all people to recognize it. This is a paradigm shift. This is a new way, a better way of doing things and making people's lives better. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Attorney General, before you take your seat, the Honorable Member for Nevis 9 also addressed Section 28.8. Do you wish to address that now or in committee stage? 28.
Yes, oh sorry, yes.
I take good notes, you know.
28.8.
Yes.
Crave your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
No.
28.8.
Here, just 35.
Yes, yes, that is what I spoke about. The intention of the bill is not just to get gratuity, or gratuity is not paid before. Gratuity is paid on retirement, in addition to the pension. I believe that was the point that was raised in relation to 28. Yes. So the eligibility is the key word. You are eligible to get gratuity after 10 years. Not that you get your gratuity after 10 years. You're eligible, that's the difference.
Remember, for number 2 was signaling something.
So,
Okay. Okay, very well.
35. Yes. Have I answered your questions, Madam
Yes,
Speaker?
please, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with your leave, and I appreciate the opportunity once again to stand to wrap up the debate on this most important bill. I was in and out of Parliament because today is the big day for us to file, and I was making sure my filing is in order. The integrity in public life. A historic piece of legislation passed by this administration. Another historic piece of legislation passed. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my own colleagues on this side who weighed in on the debate. I think their contributions were significant. I want to thank especially the member from number 6 who would have given some historical perspective on all of this. As we said, the journey started since 1932 with the labor movement, and it comes all the way through. Of course, it would have come through the member from number 6 who was former Prime Minister, former leader. And so this is just a continuation of our great work for the workers of this country. And so I want to thank him very much for work done before and his contribution today. Also want to thank those on the opposite side who would have weighed in constructively to make sure that we perfect the bill so that when it is passed, it is clearly put and it is understood. That is part of the legislative process here, Madam Speaker. I want to say to the Pensions Committee, who worked so tirelessly hard. This took a lot of work, Madam Speaker. This was not easy. I want to thank Ms. Thelma Richards, Chair, Head of Civil Service. She led the committee. I want to thank Mr. Levi Bratcher, who is the Accountant General, Ms. Jarissa Hodge, Deputy Accountant General, Ms. Carla Pike, Director of Audit, Ms. Daisha Dorr, Chief Personnel Officer, Ms. Karima Pemberton Daniels, Director of Human Resource Management Department. Also want to thank Ms. Versely Francis, Ministry of Finance. I want to thank Mr. Austin Edinburgh, Advisor. I want to thank Ms. Karen Hughes, Ministry of Legal Affairs, and Ms. Alison Isaac, Ministry of Legal Affairs. I also, of course, must thank my cabinet colleagues, because at the cabinet level, this was discussed. This was, of course, debated. Madam Speaker, in cabinet, we don't agree on every single thing, you know. In days where we debate things as well. But when we make a decision and we come out as a united front. That is how the cabinet is supposed to function. And so I want to thank them for their significant input so that we could achieve what we have achieved here. I think one of the names that should have been here would be the actuary, His name is not here, who did all of the numbers for us, and so I want to thank him as well. Anybody remembers his name? Mr. Derek Osborne, for his significant work in putting all of these numbers together. There isn't much more to be said, Madam Speaker. I think all has been said, but I'll wrap up by saying that to all of our new pensioners, those who are the GAE workers, that justice has come. They have worked hard, and I think that this bill reflects that. It reflects that we appreciate what they do, that their work is secondary to none, and that it took a Labour administration to put this into effect. And with that, Madam Speaker, I just want to congratulate all of our GAE workers and to encourage them to continue to work hard and to be productive, because without productivity, Madam Speaker, we cannot sustain a pension plan. We have to work. If our work is 8 to 4, we have to work 8 to 4. Whatever it is required of us, we have to put in the work in order to see the benefit. And therefore, I say no more, except I'm extremely pleased that on this pre-Labor Day, Labor Weekend Parliament, that we're able to pass this and to once again ask all of the workers to come out on Labor Day and demonstrate the fact that their voices are being heard, and let the country, the region, and the world know that in this country, workers' rights are fundamental and central to our activity as an administration. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, who just did his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Pensions Act, Cap 22.06, otherwise known as the Pensions Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a second time. Great. House moves to committee stage. Hold on. May I proceed?
Clauses 1 through 3.
Nice one. Honourable? Yes, I'm with you. The question is that clauses 1 through 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is proposed, as discussed during the debate, that there be a new clause 4 inserted and there be renumbering accordingly, such that clause 4 reads, and I quote, amendment of section 5. The act is amended in subsection 1 by replacing the expression the pension, gratuity, or other allowance with the expression the pension, gratuity, other allowance, or a refund under section 35.
Sorry?
No, this is the proposed change to include the refund. So there should be inclusion of another section 4
Section 4
of the amendment, sorry. So the amendment will now have a new section 4, which is an amendment of the original section 5. So if you look at the actual bill, the
27.
Yeah, in the bill, Section 4 is amendment to Part 3 and Part 4. That is there's going to be inserted between 3 and 4, a new Section 4, which will read amendment of Section 5. And that section would read, the Act is amended in subsection 1 by replacing the expression, the pension, gratuity, or other allowance with the expression, the pension, gratuity, other allowance, or a refund under Section 35. No, that language wouldn't be anyway. That's what we just, to fix the error that was brought up. And then, Madam Speaker, all the other numbers thereafter would be adjusted accordingly.
So, just to clarify, before I ask the question, it is to insert a new clause 4 and to renumber the following sections.
Yes.
And clause 4 is read as you said.
Yes, and clause 4 reads, the Act is amended in subsection 1 by replacing the expression, the pension, gratuity, or other allowance with the expression, the pension, gratuity, other allowance, or a refund under Section 35.
And everyone is fine with the reading? No amendments to the reading of the new clause 4? Very well. So the question is that a new clause 4 be inserted and there be a renumbering of the following sections. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. No, I do.
Let me explain, Madam Speaker.
So that is why I asked, because it was a little confusing initially.
Yes, so the only thing that's changing in the substantive bill is the section which reads, and let me read it. The section reads, the original Section 5 reads, where it is established to the satisfaction of the Governor General that an officer has been guilty of negligence, irregularity, or misconduct, the pension, gratuity, or other allowance may be reduced or altogether withheld. So what we're doing is adding refund to that list, so that if a person is disciplined or leaves the service because of misconduct, the Governor General can withhold the refund as well.
So should I put the question, because then the vote wasn't complete? I'll put the question again so that the vote is complete. The question is that a new clause 4 be inserted and that the sections following be renumbered. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 5, 6, and 7.
Yes. Yeah, yes. No, 5. Yes. So, yeah. Yes. Yes. So there's a proposed amendment to the new Section 5, which was Section 4. Yes. In that Section 28, subclause 6, by replacing the expression a female officer with the expression a male or female officer. No, it should say, and no, it should specifically say female because the original rule said female. Yes. So a male or female officer, replacing the expression she has married with the expression he or she has married. But as the Prime Minister said, it really is the same thing. Yeah, it's an officer. Yeah. So it could actually read, yes, it could read, instead of a female officer, it could be an officer. And then the expression she has married will replace he or she has married. So the full section, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, would read 28.6. Yes. It would say the provisions of Section 6G shall apply mutatis mutantis to a pensioner under this part, except no gratuity shall be granted under this part to an officer who retires for the reason that he or she has married or is about to marry. Oh no, because it existed before, so we have to make it clear that it no longer applies. It's a clarity section, completely. Yes. Because it was a principle that if you retired from the service through marriage, that you were still entitled to your gratuity. Because the women have the economic power now, so they. I think the better is an officer. An officer who retires for the reason that he or she has married. Yes. No. It would be an officer. Not a male or female, an officer. Yes.
So the question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
No.
You want us to do 5, 6, and 7?
Sorry, there's another amendment. You're going to do whole clause, not sub. There's another amendment to 5.
So let's do the entire.
Okay, sorry. So the other amendment to 5, Madam Chair, is section 31, subclause 2. We're changing the expression 2/3 to 2/5. That was a typographical error. So the section should read, exceeds 2/5 of the highest pensionable emoluments drawn. In the new subsection 5, which was subsection 4.
So the question is that clause 5, first, sorry, are we going to do 5, 6, and 7, or are we just going to do 5? Fair enough. The question is that clause 5, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6 and 7.
No. The question is that clauses 6 and 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, there are 3 proposed amendments to clause 8, which was clause 7, by replacing the title repeal and replace third schedule with the expression repeal and replace third schedule and insert the fourth schedule. The second amendment, proposed amendment, is replacing the expression the third schedule is repealed and replaced as follows with the expression the act is amended by repealing and replacing the third schedule and inserting the fourth schedule as follows. And the third is amending the fourth schedule by replacing the expression to be completed on or before blank 2025 with the expression to be completed on or before 30th June 2025.
Proceed. So the question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Proceed. Proceed. House resumes.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to report that the bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Bill 2025 has passed through committee stage with the relevant amendments as was discussed and passed. Therefore, I further move that this bill be read a third time and pass into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Pensions Act, Cap 22.06, otherwise known as the Pensions Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, once again, with your leave, I rise to lead the debate on and have read a second time a bill entitled Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025. First reading was on April 17th, 2025. Madam Speaker, this bill would not take a very long debate. It really comes on the heel of the previous bill that was passed, the Pensions Amendment Bill 2025. This specifically speaks to government auxiliary employees, that amendment bill, so that our government employees can lawfully receive what is due unto them, and that is their pension gratuity, and refund, as pointed out, where applies and where they, of course, meet the criteria. Madam Speaker, I'll just give an anecdote as we go through this. There's nothing much more to add. But while I was downstairs, there was a lady who spoke to me. And she said there is another lady who is 71 years old who wants to retire, but she does not want to retire because she understands how this would affect her socioeconomic situation. And that is based on the fact that she would not receive a pension. I was told that she has been in the service for probably 30 to 40 years, a very long time, as a GAE worker. And so they asked me a fundamental question. With this bill being passed today, can she retire next week? And the answer is yes. She can retire next week and begin to get her gratuity, or rather her pension. And therefore, I want to say to all those who have that question, that even though this is going to grandfather you into some extent, the way it is written, that if you were to retire next week, you will get your pension still. It is a fundamental point. It is something that we debated. It is something that we, of course, considered, because we are saying if you would have worked all this time and just on the eve of passing the bill you were not to benefit, then what was the purpose of you waiting for this bill to be passed? And this Labour administration, we hear the cries of persons, of workers, our valued workers, like this lady who was referred to me by her younger co-workers, looking out for each other. I saw the smile on their faces. She was not there when I told them that she can retire and get a pension. And they remarked, finally, she can go. Madam Speaker, this is what this bill brings to the lives of our people, of our hard-working people. And in addition to that, I would even go as far as to say this can be an example for the private sectors where this can be looked at. In some areas of the private sector, we already see that this type of approach is taken, such as in Skelec, this approach is taken, where they have a contributory pension plan. And I encourage others to really, who are not doing it, to consider doing it. Because I think workers would not mind contributing a percentage of their wages or salaries, or their income, or the pay, whatever you might refer to it as, towards a savings, a fund that in later years they can draw on. Because it would be their money as a savings, Madam Speaker. And therefore, without repeating much of what I would have spoken about in my during the first bill, I would simply say, again, this bill seeks to make sure that our GAE workers fundamentally are beneficiaries of the Pension Act in the general. And therefore, I want to again encourage our GAE workers to continue to prove their value. Without the GAE workers, Madam Speaker, I am saying that the roads will be dirty. Just the other day I was looking at BBC News, and there was a town in a particular area of London, or I would say England rather. And those workers refused to collect the garbage. And all of a sudden they became the most important people in the city. Birmingham, I'm told. That's how important this work is. If the GA workers who work to make sure the streets are clean don't work, what type of country would we live in? We will become unhealthy. So their work must be valued, Madam Speaker, and not be, just be treated very lightly. Because in this society, as other societies, there's a hierarchy. But we believe that all honest work is dignified work. That is what we believe in on this side. So you can be a doctor, and we want our people to be doctors, and you have the benefit of having a pension. So because I clean the street, I shouldn't have a pension. That is what that is saying. And we cannot continue this type of approach. The approach must be all honest work is dignified work. That is the principle on which the labor movement is built. And that is why we value our workers. That is why on Labor Day, you can't tell the difference between me and somebody who keep the street clean, because we equal. That is what Labor Day is about. We equal, we march together, we walk together, saying that all workers are equally valued. And so this bill, Madam Speaker, comes in that spirit, comes in the spirit of what the labor movement is about. There are questions being asked about the politics around this. Madam Speaker, this is politics because it takes political will to move something like this. This was not easy to get done. I mean, the head of the service is here. She knows how much time I stress her out over it. She herself might become a little stressed from my stress. But I told her that this is important. And Ms. Thelma Richards stepped up to the plate and led the team with all the other persons that I mentioned here. This is serious work. It was a challenging work, deep work, difficult work. But we were determined as a team. We put the full political will behind it and said this must be done because we value our workers. In the last administration, Madam Speaker, 7 years, 7.5 years, after they would have been given a start by the previous Labour administration under the leadership of the member from number 6. And they do nothing. Muck it up. People have died, and did not receive their pension. They muck it up bad. But we are only here for how much? 2.5 years?
2.5 years today.
After 7 years of mucking it up, we had to clean it up, brush it up, wash it up, get off the muck, so that we can put it before Parliament again and get it passed, Madam Speaker. And that is why you can't separate how much political will this took in order to get it here today so that we can pass it in Parliament. This will have tremendous impact on people's lives. And therefore, I want to say that to not have passed this during the last 7.5 years of the previous administration is an indictment on the Minister of Finance then. No wonder he didn't come today. Can't come face us today. Can't come face the workers today. Oh, he turned back. Okay. And we could sit over here today and look at these workers in their faces. Couldn't watch them. Had to hide, Madam Speaker. Because the pensioners were waiting. Year after year, he come, here come. And nothing come. And therefore, I am simply saying that this is because a Labour administration has returned and has determined that our workers must get their pension, Madam Speaker. So I don't want that to be lost anyway. It is because of the advocacy of the GAE workers who advocated for themselves as well, who put their own plight forward and hoped that somebody would listen. But this Labour administration has listened and has put this forward. I want to speak about the union as well, because the union had very high interest in seeing that this pass. They had very high interest in seeing that this type of bill pass. All those who care about our workers were strongly behind this. And so I want to thank the workers for advocating for themselves as well. Something you ain't got to write no fancy letter and no fancy this and no fancy that. Justice is justice. Justice is a simple language. Because I heard the member from number 3 went back all the way to slavery. 90+% of the slaves could not read or write, but they understood what was justice and what they should fight for. In 1935, when there was a Buckley's uprising, most of them could not read and write, but they knew what is justice, and they knew what is injustice. They knew what was just and what was unjust, and they fought for justice, Madam Speaker. So this ain't need not a fancy nothing. All it needs is to have the political will to ensure that justice reigns. And today we are saying that all of our workers are valuable, irrespective of what they do, because if they don't do it, we will see the direct consequences, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to wrap it up very quickly here and say once again to thank all of my colleagues, my cabinet colleagues. Without them, it could not have been possible. Cabinet colleague and the members who are here. Member from number 1, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley. Member from number 2, Honorable Marsha Henderson. Member from number 3, the Honorable Conrad Maynard. Member from number 4, Honorable Samuel Duggins. And I want to say, member from number 6, for his insight from past experience, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas. And I want to add something when it comes to our senators. The AG and his office, the AG who brought these to the cabinet and saw how we were working. I want to thank the AG for his tireless work on this one. I want to thank Senator Dr. Joy Clark, Honorable, for her work in this as well, and Honorable Iselene Phillip, who are both away on government business, for her tremendous input as well, because this is a part of aging with dignity in St. Kitts and Nevis. But Madam Speaker, we also heard from others, because there is a particular ambassador from constituency number 7 who sent up his own support of something like this. And I'm speaking of Ambassador, His Excellency Leonard Nelson, who sent up his recommendations that something like this should be done because he cares about the people of constituency number 7, and that he was concerned that for 7 years under the last administration, his people did not get justice. And so his concern were all of the men that had voted for him, but that was not his main concern. His main concern was he wanted to see justice served to the workers, because that is a principle of the St. Kitts Nevis labor movement. And so you had persons from constituency number 7 who were denied. And the ambassador had to represent them in his way of sending up his concerns and his support to have this. While the member from number 7, who's supposed to represent them and speak on this bill, is not here. So who cares more about the people from number 7 when it comes to this bill? My vote is the ambassador. My vote is the ambassador. And I want to thank him for advocating for the people from constituency number 7, even though he's not the MP, because the MP has reneged on his responsibility to represent his people. They should dismiss him. This is a historical thing. I mean, you have people like Wixie and Nola Matthew and Faye Isaac and Kishma Johnson, who the ambassador from number 7 advocated for and said they deserve justice irrespective. Irrespective, they deserve justice, and this bill gives them justice. And so I want to thank him deeply for his deep concern about his people, and found a way as an ambassador to send his advocacy, because the MP from number 7, let them down. When he was Prime Minister, he did not do it. And now as MP, he still has not done it. So I want to thank His Excellency Leon Nathan Nelson, who is representing in his way by advocating for the good people of number 7. And Madam Speaker, I want to also say that His Excellency Ambassador from constituency number 5 also registered his advocacy and his support and his concern that the people from number 5 were being denied Their pension. He sent you a WhatsApp there. Good. Yes. Thank you. Ambassador from number 5. Ambassador Kenneth Douglas, who just sent some critical information to the member from number 6.
He said the name for the people that can benefit.
Yes.
Yes. Who has been fighting for the people from constituency number 5 for years that they should get their pension. I want to thank the ambassador for his strong advocacy. Because again, the MP of number 5 did not bring this forward for the people. And so I want the people from number 5 to know that Ambassador Kenneth Douglas has been a strong advocate for you. He was determined that you'll get your pension. Determined that you get your pension. And so this was circulated in the public, Madam Speaker. They had the opportunity to look at it and weigh in. We did not bring this here. We laid it, and let me give the date of when we put it out. It was first read the 17th of April 2025, circulated to the public for the public to share their input. And these two ambassadors share their input, advocating for their people. And I want to congratulate them, because that is how this is supposed to work. That even though they're not elected, yet they're advocating for their people. Advocating for their people, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank them very, very much for their strong advocacy, because without their advocacy, this may not have been possible. And they brought the voices of the people from number 7 and number 5, because who were to bring the voices, their voices did not bring them. However, their voices are heard. And so I want to congratulate the GAE workers from Sandy Point, Fig Tree, and La Valley, who would receive their pension, gratuity, and also their refund where applies. All right, so Madam Speaker, I just want to lastly say that this is historic, and we are pleased that we are able to bring this to a close to the benefit of our wonderful GAE workers. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill. Is there a seconder?
I rise, Madam Speaker, to second the bill entitled shortly the Government Auxiliary, let me give you the exact name, Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025. And in doing so, I just wanted to add something to the perspective. I know the member for number 8, Prime Minister, mover of the bill, has mentioned persons like the current head of the public service, and that tells me that I really should recognize others who would have served before her. And I want to recognize in particular Mr. Joseph Edmeade, who was one of the architects of this, one of the thought bearers for the changes that were absolutely necessary, who served as the CPO before the current CPO, who also would have made her input. We do not want to forget as well the Accountant General, who was then and still is here, who has made a tangible contribution to make all of this possible, and the financial secretaries, both the current and the former, Janet Harris and now Hillary Hazel as well. All of them would have made serious contributions to make this possible, and then to others, the Deputy CPO, who would have been Torfrida Rochester, her aunt was in fact buried today, otherwise I'm sure she would have been here in the chamber to see what they had worked so hard, what they had crafted has come into being. And I think we should also mention Willis Vasquez, who at one time was high in that same category of public servants who championed the changes that eventually have come into law today. May I please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my support to this, which is a fairly short bill, the Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025, which just includes the GAE workers into the pension bill or act that we passed earlier so that they can be the beneficiaries of all the benefits from that. But I just want to, first of all, of course, congratulate the mover and the cabinet and the government for taking this bold initiative and this critical political step driven by political will to ensure we continue to act on behalf of the workers of this country. But I think it is important to note, because again I say people take it for granted far too much. The next election, if I am to give out the secret, is possibly in January of 2028. Right? January 23rd? Yes, that might be the date, so you could get ready for that. PM, sorry, I know I'm busting the bubble there. But the point is that there is no election around the corner. And so this is not something of gimmickry. This is a commitment that we have made, that we have worked diligently to pursue. We would have loved that we could have come even sooner, but we wanted to make sure that it was done correctly. And unlike what we have seen in the past, as I would have mentioned, where there was only excitement about these things in the early part of 2020, because an election was imminent. In fact, 5 years at that time had passed from the previous election. And then again, only becoming active in July of 2022, when you had a decimated cabinet and 3 members in the cabinet, people fired. That is when the then administration was concerned about bringing the GAEs into a streamlined position with the rest of the government service. Time and time again, this government has shown, whether it is correcting the auxiliary workers' gratuity very early on, whether it is launching the Aspire program, whether it is restructuring LIFT, whether it is restructuring Elevate, whether it is building roads, whether it is building a $50 million desalination plant, whether it is getting ready to build the general hospital, whatever it is, we have decided that our timeline is not to fool people before an election. We are working on behalf of the people to deliver on behalf of the people. And I don't want that to be lost, because it is in our DNA to do the good that we can do. It is what consumes us. Unfortunately, there are others who calculate. What should I do in order to ensure that I get maximum political advantage? How can I hold off this to ensure that people are depending on me here so that I have a card to pull? We are saying no. And I want the government auxiliary employees who are listening to understand that with an election that is scheduled for January 23rd, 2028, almost 3 years out, we are making big tectonic decisions that will affect their lives, their livelihoods, and that of their families. That is what you call gigantic political will. And so I want to again commend the mover of the bill And just say one more thing, because I think it's, I don't want to say it's bothering me. But the member for number 8 mentioned that the member for number 7 provided a notice to the speaker, which she alerted the House that he would not be present today. While that is an official notice, it has been the practice now where we do not get to hear from a representative from constituency number 7 on these important issues. And that is why I want to associate myself with the comments made by the member for number 8 to thank Ambassador Natter and Ambassador Douglas in doing that representation, so that we know what the people of constituency number 7 and constituency number 5 are looking toward as it relates to how we treat with their workers. Far too often, we are about to do our, adjournment, and then is when there is some representation coming just to sound a voice on a microphone. This is a critical issue, and many have gone before this, that requires the input of the representatives in this House. And so I give commendation to those on the opposite side who continue to give their representation, in particular the members from Nevis, who have to, travel shark-infested waters, to be here to provide some perspective on the issues that we are debating. And they continue to do that. And that is what this House is about. And so I just wanted to put that in perspective, that what a lot of things that are happening to our workers from now go right back as far as 1932 was because an organization like the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party is intent on making a mark on behalf of the workers of this country. It is why we exist. To help the people that don't have that voice. And we will continue to do that. And that is why it's critical that we have days like the first Monday of every May to come out and celebrate the achievements that have been made on behalf of the workers of this country. And this piece of legislation, the Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025, which is only one piece of paper, because the extent of the changes are in the Pension Act. So one piece of paper with 3 sections, 3 clauses, to bring the GAE workers on the same plateau as everybody else in the government service. That is monumental. That will go down, or this will go down in history. And I am happy to associate myself along with my other colleagues, led by our distinguished Prime Minister, happy to be a part of this historic time in our National Assembly. And so with those words, I want to wish this amendment bill for bringing into the fold the government auxiliary employees so that they can retire in dignity and with pride and with sustenance and with support. I want to wish this bill safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, to do the wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to close the debate on this most important bill, shortly entitled Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, there is much more to say, but I want to extend Madam Speaker, for those who we should thank, and may God continue to bless his departed soul, Mr. Elvis Newton, who also was a civil servant and one who had, of course, the interest in seeing something. He was the chief secretary. And so we want to recognize him and to really thank his family for the service that he would have given. May God continue to bless him. And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to bring this now to a close and to say that once again, it pleases me tremendously and all of us to really see that justice has come for our GAE workers. And with that, Madam Speaker, may it please you. Oh, that's yours? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, who just did the move of the bill, who did the wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Government Auxiliary Employees Act, Cap 22.16, otherwise known as the Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 3.
The question is that clauses 1 through 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. And those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to report that the bill shortly entitled Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025 has passed through committee stage without changes, amendments, Madam Speaker. I further move that this bill be read a third time and pass into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Government Auxiliary Employees Act, Cap 22.16, otherwise known as the Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Government Auxiliary Employees Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next item on the order paper.
Motions, resolutions, adjournment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, thank you once again. I want to take this opportunity to invite one and all to the great state of St. Peter's tomorrow night, Thursday, in St. Peter's for an informative public discussion as far as issues of St. Kitts and Nevis are concerned, with a pre-Labor Day meeting. And so I want to invite all to Paris Village, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity to invite all to the Carnival Village on Saturday night, where ambassadors who would be speaking to issues affecting workers will take part in a well-known and established pageant that is a part of the whole recognition of workers celebration. So I want to invite all. Number 3 will be crowned. Yes, number 3 will be crowned in number 3. Number 8 will be crowned overall. But all the ladies are queens. All the ladies are queens, and we know that they will do an excellent job. And just to say, we are aiming to have representation from the Spanish community, because we are open party, an inclusive party, and we wish for that community to have a participation also in this most important event. Madam Speaker, I know we are back here on Thursday, but on Friday. But again, I want to thank all of my colleagues. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3. The microphone for number 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to move a motion that this House be adjourned, sine die.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 1.
I rise to second the motion, Honourable.
The question is that the House stands adjourned, sine die. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned, sine die.